You ought to be made familiar with that situation. This is a copy of the reapportionment suit that the group in Harrison County filed. In fact, yeah, I think most of you probably read about it before the Harrison County Chancery Court, I believe it is, Circuit of Chancery. The Chancery, wasn't it?
Chancery Court,
Chancery.
yeah, listed on here.
And of course, I think it comes up about the middle of March. Now, number one reason I wanted to make a copy of this suit available to you, if for no other reason than for you to realize the gross inequities of the present apportionment in the state legislature. The guy's done a magnificent job of portraying this situation, if nothing else in this suit. And you can really see what a fouled-up situation we got after reading this suit. If for no other reason, you should have a copy of this suit than that. Now, when this suit was originally filed, no one thought there was too much possibilities of doing anything on this question before the courts, because the courts had refused to rule on this matter of reapportioning the legislature down through the years. But there's been a couple of things happened since this suit was first filed that lends additional emphasis and hopes to the possibility of something being done in this field. Since this suit was filed, the Supreme Court of the United States has agreed to hear a reapportionment suit brought out of the state of Tennessee by the city of Memphis. The Supreme Court has agreed to hear that suit. I imagine most of you have read about this in the papers. Now, by the Supreme Court agreeing to hear this suit, a lot of people seem to think that there's a possibility some affirmative action will be taken in this field that the courts have always refused to act in, claimed it was a political question and a states' rights problem and all this junk. You see what I mean? Now, to lend strength to this, the Supreme Court did rule not long ago on the gerrymandering of Tuskegee over here, where they chopped out a large segment of the city and excluded them from the city because they were Negroes. The Supreme Court ruled that as being unconstitutional. Some of the lawyers seem to think that this will have an important bearing on the reapportionment thing. Now, I have been contacted by the attorney Upton Sisson in regards to this suit, and this is where I've got these copies from. And I told him we are very much naturally interested in reapportionment, and we have made copies of these petitions to join this suit, individuals, to get a bunch of signatures to make it look good before the judge and so forth. And a lot of our people here sitting at this table have been circulating those petitions round about in some of the counties. Of course, some of you I haven't got to see yet on that thing. If you think you can use some of these petitions, you let us know and I'll try to get you some. I don't have any here with me. But this attorney has contacted me about trying to help raise some finances in regards to this thing. Well, before I do anything on that, I left a copy of this thing with the Associate Counsel, General Counsel of the AFL-CIO up at Washington when he was on that trip up there. I asked him to study and give me his legal opinion on it, as what the possibilities were and so forth, because there's no use going into something like this unless you've got a pretty good idea of it. And he wrote me back a letter and reviewed the past history of this thing, the importance, the background of the judges and all that stuff. And in just a few words, this is finally what he advised to do, to wait and see what happened in the Tennessee suit, without going into length of detail with you. Because he explained about this suit being before the Supreme Court, and that this suit here itself, there's no point going carrying this thing until they saw what happened there, see. So I sent him a copy of the letter, the attorney a copy of the letter, and I'd already conversed with him on the phone and explained to him that what the route we had to go through on finances. And I told him that our financial condition was in bad shape and so forth, and it would be kind of difficult for us to help finance a suit. And after all, they did consult with us and ask us to join this thing in the beginning. If they'd done this and made it a joint venture, then it would have changed the light of it considerably. But anyhow, he went to Washington last week and paid a call on Tom Harris, the associate counsel. Sit down and reviewed the thing with him. In the meantime, he had been invited by the attorney for the Tennessee group to participate or join the Tennessee case before the Supreme Court. See? Now, he contacts me again after the Washington trip, after his conference with Tom Harris, and Tom Harris, according to him, in his letter he wrote me, I told him again to write me a letter. Each time he calls me, I tell him to write me a letter and put it down black and white, see, so I can refer back to it. So he did. That Tom Harris was of the opinion that he should file this, well, it's a front of the court deal, is what it amounts to, with a Tennessee suit. And that he had about run out of his resources financially and so forth. And said that it would cost him about $500 to get copies of it printed up, and a couple of trips to Washington, all that monkey business. Now, I don't know anything about how the financial picture is in this thing, how much money's involved, who's putting up the money, except that the 8 people that filed the suits supposedly put up $100 apiece. Of course, that's not very much money for a suit of this kind. Now, the executive committee considered this thing this morning, in our meeting this morning. We kicked this thing around rather extensively, recognizing our own financial condition, and still feeling that we should at least make some effort in this thing, because it might lend a little emphasis to it to have a front of the court suit filed. We felt the proper approach to this thing was to let the central labor unions take this matter up. Some of them's got a little bit of money, some of them don't have. Some of the local unions affiliated with central bodies possibly would put a few bucks in this thing. Whatever money was raised, and they'd send it into the state council. Just make the checks out to him, but mail them through here, and then we'd just be the clearinghouse and keep up with the money, because we don't want the guy to come up here and make a fortune out of this thing. And if they happen to get up to around $500, then I'd notify them to cut off the faucet. Now, that is what we felt would be the best approach to this reapportionment thing. Then encourage our people to distribute the petitions. Now, I explained to him in my conversation, quite frankly, that this reapportionment thing was a very vital subject, particularly in the coast area, South Mississippi. And that I couldn't see any reason why the Board of Supervisors of Harrison County couldn't foot the bill on this entire court cost. But that's where I thought it ought to go to. And I further told him that I would be glad to consult with Brother Holloway, president of the Jackson County group over there, and go before the Jackson County Board of Supervisors to propose that they help to fill the cost. Well, he didn't like this idea too much. He didn't think the supervisors would be very friendly with it. So, with the situation being what it is, I don't see why, with as many people involved, that we should attempt to put the total cost up. Now, that's my opinion of it. Our financial situation being what it is, which we will start the day off with in the morning, is such that we've requested financial assistance from the national office, and I might say that we have been successful up to a certain point in getting some. Then places us in a most embarrassing position. If we now turn around and make a contribution on something like this, we send a report in there right after we made application for help, and here we're spending money on something that our Associate General advised us not to. You see what I mean? You follow me? So we feel that if we had handled this thing through the central bodies, that some effort would be made and some money would be raised. Now, if you disagree with this approach to it, you can countermand it and take whatever one you want on it. But that's the approach that we propose to take on this court suit matter.
I believe it was stated too in the executive meeting that you would request you to write a letter to each central body outlining the position we've taken on it.
I'll write central body, yes. Is that agreeable with you people, Alan and Patrick?
That sounds...
No.
Did I understand you to say that if all over the state, if labor raised $500, that would be as much as you would want us to raise?
We think so. We think it'd be sufficient for you. We
I
don't
don't know, you reckon that,
Hmm?
reckon that would be enough? I just wondered. Well, I don't know what it costs, what do we figure, about 2,000?
Probably.
Well, it wouldn't hurt to go a little bit more than that if he got it.
I don't believe they can do it for 2,000.
I mean, there's that possibility. I'd hate for us not to get out there and try to raise some. I'd rather we'd raise it and then you'd have the checks and send them back than, there'd not be enough money in the soup go for lack of funds or something. I mean, I'd hate to see it dry.
Well, I think the guy can handle this. The only thing we're interested in actually is I see it. The only reason that I would suggest taking action on it at all would make sure that he was able to file a brief with the Supreme Court along with the Tennessee case, that's all. Now, if the pack of Woods were sincere, if they wanted our cooperation in this suit, the proper thing from the done was to come consult with us and they would ask us to join this suit in the very beginning and make it a real push. But these people, this character here has been harping on this subject for a long time, and it appears to me that maybe he thinks he might make a killing out of it, and we're not gonna milk our people for it. When there's all kinds of organizations and people that are interested in this question here other than us, it's not just a problem for us. See? I mean, this is a danger in this thing. I hope you understand what I'm talking about. We're very much interested in it, and I don't want to deny him the opportunity of preparing that brief and presenting it to the Supreme Court as a friend of the court in the Tennessee case. Now, I suggested to him in the course of my conversation first on this subject that this be done, that he invite the Mississippi Economic Council and the Mississippi Labor Council to join him and this group of citizens in this suit and make it a joint project, because the Economic Council, two groups on opposite sides of the fence on most questions, we'll say, has took the same position as we have on reapportionment. And I said this would really lend some strength to the suit. Well, he discarded this. They want the publicity and everything that goes with it. They don't want us into the picture publicly, but they want to help us finance. I said, well, this is certainly not going to lend much strength to our position on it. So I thought I'd let you know about that part of it too, you see.
It's mighty good
I would
point.
like to state
That's
in
a mighty
law,
good
we
point
are
of
working
consideration
as a
there.
joint team, the Chamber of Commerce and the Labor Council, on getting these petitions signed.
There's one other thought too. Right at this time, all that we can accomplish is the participating in the Tennessee case.
Yes.
And it may be at a later time that we will have to work our own case, and it may be that we'll need to come across the finances again. So we don't want to.
That's right.
We don't
Now,
want
we
to
got
go
this,
all
you
out
see,
for this.
we
and
got
then
this
have to
right
come
to
again.
work suit dependent on the Supreme Court over here. We've got a little bit of money left in our legislative fund. Get the exact amount. Secretary will give it to you tomorrow if you don't dig it out of you now. But anyhow, it's less than $2,000. Possibility that we will want to carry this thing on further. See, we got to watch our P's and Q's as far as our finances are concerned. There's no question about that. This is an issue here that's more or less our baby, this right to work thing. Follow me? And there's this reapportionment thing in this picture there also. See? And then again, this program we get ready to put on here, we could easily enough go out and put a push on this thing and undercut our own program, trying to raise finances for this thing too. You see what I mean?
Can I ask you this question, Claude? When you said that you proposed to this gentleman, what did you say his name was?
Upton Sesson, he's the attorney.
Well, you proposed to him that he get the Economic Council and us together. And
I
he would not-
suggested to him
And he
that
would not
the
hear that.
Economic
Is he
Council.
not asking for any funds from any other group except us?
Well, this I don't know. See, this is what I'm afraid of.
That's
This-
one of the things. We
This
don't
is the
know
reason
where
we
he's
want,
asking money from.
this is the reason we.
Is there no way to find out? I mean, it takes time, I guess. It wastes
Well, he
time.
emphatically tells me that this $800 these 8 people put up is the only money that's been appropriated to this thing, and he's been spending money out of his own pocket, and he's went to the limit. That's what he tells me in the letter.
Well, it's like you said, it's for sure that we gotta carry the right to work fight ourselves.
That's right.
And these other people, if they're interested in the reapportionment, they certainly have as much or more funds than we do.
No question about that, right?
Well, that's all true, but on the other hand, just because they do have as much stake in it as we do, that shouldn't cause us to sit back and not do everything we can to see that the thing is carried through.
We certainly should do all we could, but if we let our own business go lacking, well, then we're hurting there.
Well,
Of course, this is part of our business too, as
Yeah,
I
but
see
here's
it.
the danger, and as I see it, the way we're going here, is pushing this thing, helping to finance it and all, and then we wind up with some Mississippi Economic Council or somebody else getting the credit for getting the job
Well,
done,
that's all
and leave us completely out, and this thing, it's, I think we should get all the publicity we could out of it.
Be a joint effort,
Well,
joint recognition.
you suggested to him that he get the Mississippi Economic Council and us together in it. But you didn't tell him that, unless that was done, that we couldn't do it, did you?
No, I didn't tell him that, no.
Might be that, if you
I made this
were to
down as a
indicate to him that we
recommendation.
couldn't do it unless he did get some money out of some of the other groups, he might get busy and get some out of it.
Well, I'll be glad to, convey to him your ideas on that thing, when I talk to him. If this was the group didn't feel like going all out on it, if it's gonna be strictly behind the bush proposition, you know what?
Well, we got this
Think
thing,
about the Chamber of Commerce, this group of people here, all members of the Gulfport Chamber of Commerce, if I'm not mistaken, this guy Fortner, and that complaint heads the list up, Martin Fortner, if I'm not mistaken, he's the president of the Gulfport Chamber of Commerce. And this might give you some idea of the reason that they're so reluctant to go to bed with us, you know what?
Oh, they want all of the glory and.
Yeah. Well, do you agree with our approach to the committee's report, and if you do, we can leave that subject?
There's one other thing, Mr. Chairman, that
All right, Brother
I
Holloway.
thought might be well mentioned. You pointed out this morning, the fact that we are appealing to the National Office for Funds and have been successful. We didn't want to handle this thing as an outright gift from the Labor Council, because then it would show up that we were very generous with our money in all kind of directions, and may cause them to slow up about helping us.
In other words, very generous with their money, that's what you
Yes.
said.
So, and handling it this way, it wouldn't be a donation from the Labor Council, but it would be from the organizations over the state coming, just clearing through the council.
The idea about sending it through the council will have some way of knowing how much money is raised. You understand? And what you do, if you raise any money in any of the groups, you make the check out to Upton system and say for reapportionment court fight. Put it on your check like that, see?
How
Take
you
it out
spell
to
his name?
him.
S-I-S or S-E-S?
Well, it's coming in the letter.
U-P-T-O-N,
Oh, it's on
U-P-T-O-N,
there.
it's on that complaint.
yeah,
I
it's on
think.
there by Sessions Attorney, whoever. maybe on
Well,
the-
what I said, didn't you say in that letter you were gonna send out that name to
Yeah,
the
I'll give
council
his
anyway?
name, to make the check out, don't make it out to us, you make the check out to him.
You sign.
Hey, when you
Because if
send
you make it out to us, we
Central
got
Body
to
Hill,
deposit it. If you make the check out to us, we'll have to deposit and write him a check, then it's gonna show on our record, see, that's the reason we don't check me out to us.
Well, his name not in here.
And the secretary don't like to write them kind of checks,
You have to sign it there.
What was it, S-U-S? Yes, I.
U-P-T-O-N S-I-S-S-O-N.
He was a former representative.
Former Florida representative from Harrison and Jackson County, and he was elected to the House on his position on reapportionment. Jackson County gave him the deciding vote. He didn't get a majority in Harrison County, but because of the reapportionment question and the support that Labor gave him in Jackson County, he was elected, and he recognized that as a fact. And he turned out to be a first-class son of a gun when he got in the legislature. The first thing he done was to join the Walter Sillers crowd. And he didn't gain any favor with our people after that. All right, we'll leave that subject now. We got a couple of other things. If we lucky here, we might get out of here by 4 o'clock. We're gonna have to get this thing set up in here. We got the view graph over there we want to use tomorrow. Got that big screen. We're gonna throw this program, parts of it on the screen for your convenience and so forth tomorrow. And we got to complete the details on this thing. We got us a real day's work there tomorrow. We've had a couple of conferences recently. I sent you out a report on the touching the high spots of the presidential campaign, which I imagine most of you read. And it was rather lengthy, I might say, but still in all, there was an awful lot more that could have been said that was not said in that report. In addition to the activities in that election and the workshops, we've attended 2 conferences since we last had a board meeting, one in Memphis on social insurance. The last one was a conference of the president and secretaries of all the state councils in Washington, back during the first blizzard they had. Remember when the planes crashed over Brooklyn? We was up in that area at that time. And I think that it would be well if we kind to give you a brief report on some few things that occurred during the presidential election, some monies that was spent, and the position we found ourselves in and so forth that wasn't touched on in the report I sent out. Give you a brief report on the social insurance meeting in Memphis, and then we want to, by all means, get on a few things that transpired on our Washington trip, which are very important and now being considered, some of them, by the House of Representatives. Tom, how about you touching some now, fill the people in on some of the money spent, so forth. A few of these meetings we met in this, people we met with in this presidential election, and you remember the money we spent, the material we had to buy, and all that stuff there. And then touch a little on the Memphis conference, which is not too lengthy, and then I'll help you out some on the Washington things. I need to rest a little.
Well, of course, as most of you know, back latter part of the summer, when after the conventions and the Democrat and Republican convention, and of course after this state seceded again from the nation on August the 16th here, and decided to follow our roles. When the loyal Democrats finally decided to go to work and try to get something started, it looked as though a while we never would get it off of the ground, or they wouldn't run it. But as I'm sure all of you are familiar with, the fact that this time, during this campaign, that people who heretofore wouldn't want to be in our presence, they wouldn't want to be in the same town, so to speak, with labor, requested and urged our presence at different meetings. Now, one that stands out right now in my mind more than any of the others was this regional meeting in Shreveport, Louisiana, of Democrats, September the 9th, I believe. That was for Democrats from Arkansas, Louisiana, Alabama, and Mississippi. Of course, Claude and I had an invitation and were urged to be there, which we attended. And incidentally, I guess Mississippi probably had the larger number there of any of the 4 states represented. Of course, the governor of Alabama was there, and we had Senator Smathers of Florida, who was a Southern campaign manager for Kennedy Johnson. And we had several of the Democratic boys from the national headquarters. This Larry O'Brien, who is one of John Kennedy's personal friends, who I believe was in charge of publicity during the campaign, was there. Robert Baker, who was Lyndon Johnson's executive assistant in the Senate, who really stormed his campaign, really.
for vice president was there, and former Governor Coleman was over there, and of course Bidwell Adam was there, and there was quite a few from Mississippi there and from the other states. Of course, the governors of the great state of Arkansas, Louisiana, and Mississippi were all absent. Alabama was the only one that had its governor there. But actually, I'd rather had our former governor there than to have a dozen of this thing we got now. But to make a long story short, there were various reports from the 4 states as to what was being done and what they were going to try to do. And of course, since Smathers went into the campaign in the South, as he's seen it, to quite some length, and had speeches by Governor Patterson and different ones, or somebody particularly from each state. And of course, the thing that we noticed, I guess more than anything else, was the reception, the ovation that Governor Coleman got when he was introduced at this meeting over there. He was introduced by George Smathers as one of the great Democrats, one of the great statesmen of all time. And the crowd stood, and he got the biggest applause of anybody to meet anybody, any one person. And then, of course, after this meeting broke up, then the Mississippi group went to Governor Coleman's suite in the hotel, and there we heard Bidwell Adam apologize to J.P. for what he had said about him in the past, and they made up. Of course, Coleman smiled and said, "That's all right, Governor, I forgot it. I want you to do the same." There's where they picked the steering committee, I believe they called it, Claude, of 2 or 3 young fella from Meridian, and I believe he's probably associated with Ross Collins, isn't he? Ross Collins is junior law party. Incidentally, old man Ross Collins, former congressman from Meridian, the 5th district, was over there. Picked this young fella, I can't think of his name now.
Was it Rab or Bordeaux?
Yeah, Rab, that's right.
Rab.
And I believe Armis Hawkins was over there, who in just a few days after that was announced as a state campaign manager, and 2 or 3 others. I mean, to kind of get the thing off of the ground in Mississippi. Well, we got good reception. The boys act like they were really proud that labor was represented there. And of course, back here then, there were several meetings here of different sizes. I mean, more or less just kind of steering committee meetings like that. We were invited and urged to be there. And then along came the Lyndon Johnson special through Mississippi, and we were called long distance. We were involved at that time in the Coke workshops. We were called long distance and urged to be in Meridian and ride that train through Laurel into Hattiesburg. Well, we did. Well, only Claude and I know what kind of doing around it taken in order to make that trip, but we made it. We met the train in Meridian, rode it through Laurel, and got off in Hattiesburg. We met all the people that was on the train, including the senator and Lady Bird. Claude's still sore with me because I got between him and Lady Bird. But she can tell the best looking man anywhere she sees. Just a little humor. So we found that, and on the whole, that the people known as the loyal Democrats in Mississippi were certainly proud. For the first time, I think, we all agree for the first time, they really made it known that they wanted our support. Of course, they wanted what money we could rake up. That was one thing that stood out every time you saw one. Well, how much money you got? How much money you made up among your locals and all this, that, and the other. And sometime I kind of believe that, well, they don't want killing about us, only the money we got. But at least we were recognized in this presidential campaign. And I think, actually, that we were watched very closely by some officials in the state of Mississippi who heretofore have not been our friends. And don't get me wrong, who are not yet our friends. But I feel that the part that we did take, and the fact that I think that our efforts, all of our efforts, helped to make the race in Mississippi as close as what it was between the unpledged and the Democrats. And I think that in the future that it's going to mean a lot as to the part we take in this thing and the strength that they realize that we have got, even though the Democrats didn't carry the state. But I think there are those that are fully aware of the fact
that had it not been for what little money we could rake up, and our time and effort, that then the majority of the unpledged would have been a lot greater in Mississippi. And of course, that's something that was very displeasing to all of us, was the results of the election. Then I don't want to get into too long speech here or anything, but then to come on around to the regional conference in Memphis, December 9th and 10th, we were invited to, this conference was sponsored by the Social Security Department of AFL-CIO. Nelson Cruikshank, the director. Lasted 2 days. It was for the officers of the councils in Mississippi, Louisiana, Arkansas, and Tennessee, and Alabama. It was well attended by all, and of course they had this specialist in that department on unemployment to discuss that at length, and the specialist on workman's compensation. Then they had this specialist on health insurance plans, which actually, really, this discussion had no place there, because your insurance plans are handled by your international unions and your local unions, and state councils have nothing to do with that. The discussions on workman's comp, unemployment were more or less what the differences in the laws and the various states, the benefits and what have you, and what the AFL-CIO has stood for over the years and will continue to stand for. That is mostly what was discussed during this 2-day stay in Memphis, which was very good. I mean, most of it we already knew, but it's always good to hear these boys that specialize in this particular field go into these things. And then, of course, the next week after that, Claude and I went to Washington to the National Conference of Presidents and Secretaries, where they had a 3-day session. And I might say this, and then I'll let Claude fill you in on that. Back at the beginning of the presidential campaign, I say we, Claude mostly, started saving newspapers, and you never seen a fella in your life pile up newspapers and scratch in them like we did. But it really paid off. I mean, I don't know whether it will pay off actually in the long run in the actual results in Washington, but it has paid off to a certain extent. Claude started taking every clipping out of every newspaper as to what this unpledged crowd, Mr. Charlie Sullivan and our distinguished governor, and Mr. John Bell Williams and Mr. Bill Cobb, all this bunch that went off astray with this unpledged outfit, he started saving everything. Well, after this election was over and they began to talk about trying to do something with these boys of ours in Mississippi who bolted the party, why, I got a wire from Washington one day and wanted us to send them immediately any newspaper clippings, anything that would substantiate the position that these boys taking in this election. So immediately got some of that stuff off to Washington, got a letter right back of appreciation, and the literature arrived there just in time for a conference with Senator Jackson, who was then the Democratic National Chairman. And to make a long story short, the material worked its way to the hands of John F. Kennedy himself. And at the request of Brother Starnes there, I sent Congressman Hale Boggs of Louisiana some to his attention in Washington. He, I think, taking it up with John Kennedy himself. And then, of course...
To use his words, I put the clippings in the hands of John Fitzgerald Kennedy himself.
Right.
Now, go ahead.
And then, of course, when Claude and I got to Washington, we had previously told him in a letter that we would like to have the opportunity to sit down and talk with any congressman or anybody who was in any responsible position, that we might impress on them the importance of dealing with these boys not as Democrats, but for what they really are. And I won't say that because there's two ladies in the room, but actually they should be dealt with as independents, not as Democrats. Of course, we got to Washington, we hit everybody that was standing still long enough to listen at us. We talked to them about the situation. Lord, if you want to take it from there and tell them who we talked to. And
well, I want to say this, go back just a little bit. As soon as these congressmen, John Bell in particular and Bill Common, they just moved to both the party. A few things happened here. I found a news article in one of the Mobile papers where Chet Holyfield from California was heading up a group known as the Liberal Study Group in the House to try to do something about this situation. I wrote him a letter and got a nice answer back. Okay, a little bit further back still, it so happened that after when they reconvened the state convention, you remember, they reconvened it, and this was when the unpledged elector thing all started, and Bidwell Adam cast a deciding vote, permitted it and all that stuff to use the party machinery is what it all added up to. It just so happened that I had an appointment in Washington the following day, and I was in the Democratic National Office the next morning after this convention adjourned with copies of the papers and everything that had transpired over here, and I managed to get a hold of a copy of that outlandish resolution that they adopted at this convention. Tom and I both attended the convention, and incidentally we had one or two other people from around these counties likewise over there. I made sure that the National Democratic Party knew what had happened in Mississippi and what they were up to and so forth. See, and I left this information there in the National Committee. Well, this was the beginning of it. Later on, I wrote Senator Kennedy a letter himself and sent a copy of some of this stuff to him. This was, again, way back there. This was before the campaign really got started into things, see. Then after they got started, we started saving these clippings and so forth and set up a file on it, kept every statement they made. Even went back as far as to go back and check the speech that Bill Cobham made before the legislature in February. I remembered it, but I couldn't remember what month it was in, and then had a devil of a time finding out when he made that doggone speech over there. What is the heat off? It seemed like getting a little cold.
Kinda cool to me.
I finally got, now this will surprise you now, this will really throw you this one well. If you know these boys on these papers and know who they are, who to deal with, you can get something out of them, even the Clarion Ledger, believe it or not. You remember the young reporter that covered the convention over here, Jared DeLauder? Ray knows.
I know. Yeah, well, yeah.
I happened to think about it, and I called Jerry up. I said, Jerry, I would like to ask you to do me a favor. I said, I'm trying to find a copy of the paper, the story. I said, you recall when Bill Cobham addressed the legislature? He said, yes. I said, you remember what month it was in? He said, no. He said, I'll find out for you and let you know. About 2 days later, he called me up and let me know. I told him I wanted a couple copies of the paper, and he had them for me over there. And I had to go back that far to get it. But this was the beginning of this whole thing. Bill Cobham, before the state legislature over here, was the first one that opened his mouth about this unpledged movement. See? Well, Bill Cobham is a man, as you all know after reading the papers, that they're really interested in because of his position on the Rules Committee. Well, we had all of this information, as he told you, when we got into Washington. We tried to talk with everybody and his brother we thought had any influence and try to let them know what we thought about the situation, what needed to be done. And we thought that these people ought to be kicked out of the Democratic Party because of the action in this election, see. And we got some pretty good commitments out of some people. And the conference we had there, the opportunity presented itself, and we were able to present our views to the conference on this subject, told those people in those labor councils that we had this information, that we'd like to make it available to anybody that felt like they could use it, with congressmen who were friends of theirs, to get it in their hands before they had the Democratic Party caucus, in order they'd have something that they could really point to, you see. And they left us names and addresses. I don't remember how many they got.
About 13.
We had quite a slew of them. And we got back to the office and we made copies of, made kits up, sent it out to all these people. They in turn and got this information into the hands of their congressmen. Now, we don't know just how much this has had to do with the situation that's going on in Washington now, but we got a pretty good idea that it's helped that out considerable, because they at least have got a record of what happened here. Now, unfortunately, what we wanted to do was to unseat Bill Coleman. And we've checked the votes out pretty carefully. Got a tabulation. As you know, the Democrats lost 21 seats in the House in the presidential election. And all of the 21 they lost, just about all of them, were liberal Democrats would have voted to purge Bill Coleman. We're part of that group. And it would have been almost impossible under the alignment within the party, because a lot of these Southern Democrats, in order to help their own position, one might say, in future elections, would have just about had to vote, don't you see, to seat old Bill. Hope you understand what I'm talking about. So it was almost impossible to purge him under those conditions, as I view it. Now, I'm throwing some of my own thinking into this thing, the reason it got to where it is. Now, we knew that Sam Rayburn was the key to the whole thing. Tom talked to Sam's assistant while we was up there and laid the facts on the line to him and made sure that they got this material too, because old Sam, you know, has a lot of influence up there. Well, now, you boys know and you ladies know now what has happened up there. A compromise proposition was placed before them. Instead of purging Bill, that they'd add 2 Democrats and 1 Republican to the committee, which means that the Kennedy legislative program can get through the Rules Committee. See, this is what it means. Minimum wage, public federal aid to education and items of this kind, which have always died in the Rules Committee. This is where it's died at. It ain't a race question, it's an economic question. That's what it is. This is what they've done with it. Now, we don't know yet what's going to happen. You saw in the papers the other day where they had the vote set for this past Tuesday, but it was put off. And of course the press is saying that Sam's in trouble and he hadn't got the votes. We don't know yet. But this is what we think the situation is. You remember the fight in the Republican Party with Halleck when he unseated Joe Martin. You remember that, don't you? There's a lot of resentment within the Republican Party, and there's a group of more or less liberal Republicans that are supposed to be lining up behind Martin to support Rayburn on this plan. And the consensus opinion, the best I can find out, is that this thing is going to be rather close. Now, we've got reasons to believe right now that Kennedy himself and his cabinet members are now applying the pressure to line the boys up, put this thing through.
I'm sure that's what's happening.
So, I mean, this, we just thought that you'd be interested in this thing. Yeah.
Well, I'm sure, Claude, I'd like to say this. I'm sure what you and Tom has done has helped the situation a lot. I've reading about it and all, I hadn't talked with either one of you, but I knew both of you were very interested in what happened with your buddy on the coast, and I was sure you people were putting everything you had in it. So I think you've done a good job, and I'm sure it brought a lot of this about.
We made sure that we didn't get any publicity out of it. Didn't want to leak at all. We didn't want them to get this thing here as these labor agitators down here doing it. So this is the reason you hadn't read a thing in the world in the paper. We took particular pains that we didn't give them that excuse. Boy, you can think about they could really have them a time, you know, with this. Boy, they have been pulling their hair out. I know you've been reading them. I'm telling you, it's really been interesting to watch. We thought you'd be interested in that. Tom, have we got anything else now that you think we should dispose of this afternoon? You think,
Well,
what
we
time
got a
is it
little,
now?
It's
5 minutes to 4. There's only one thing, you know, that we think that we can present to you here this afternoon that might help you, or that will save a little time tomorrow. It's to give you some figures in the situation on affiliation and so forth. It would cut out a little bit on time tomorrow, but it won't take too much time here tonight. And when we get through with that, unless some of the board members here has got something they feel that we should take up, then this will pretty well wrap up what I think we ought to take care of this afternoon and leave the day over tomorrow for the program.
Well, if the board would be interested in it, I could give them just a little, dropping back just a little again to the campaign. I could give them just a rough idea of the material that we acquired and put out during this campaign if they would like to have it.
Tell them about the money that we didn't have that we spent too.
Well, as of the beginning of the campaign, we had in court about $675, and we spent about $550. Roughly, I don't have the exact figure with me right now, but we spent about $550 or $75 in the presidential campaign, buying first one thing, the other. You know, I don't know how many are familiar with it or not, but it looked like, wow, we couldn't get no, you go down here to the state office headquarters and ask them for buttons or stickers. We haven't got them. So finally, we got to writing the headquarters in Washington, writing the Democratic Committee, and after so long a time, they told us the first time or two that we corresponded with them, they couldn't get it. One fella in Cope, I called Cope office, and Michelle, the publicity director, he told me they had the White House bulging at the seams and they wouldn't let nobody out. And that's all funny to me. Anyhow, when they finally got started, well, they began to pour it in, see, but it all be the same thing. See, they get started on one thing and just cover you up in that, and they wouldn't change to give you some other kind of literature. Very briefly, what we put out during that campaign. 20,000 Kennedy-Nixon voting records, that's the records, you know, what we discussed in the board meeting. 3,000 Democratic Kennedy-Johnson bumper stickers. 3,000 Kennedy brochures, 3,000 Kennedy bumper stickers. Now you'll notice there are 2 or 3 different kind of stickers here. 5,000 Kennedy for President buttons, 2,500 Kennedy Johnson brochures, 1,000 Kennedy Johnson lapel pins, 1,500 Kennedy Johnson buttons, and about 100 Kennedy posters. That is a big picture. Now that's approximately, actually that's a little underestimate there of what we put out, but that's just most of what we put out during the campaign. Now, if you would like to have just a word or two on the political education schools that we had over the state. Of course, we made up quite a bit of literature. It's hard to tell. There's nobody on earth that knows when you start making up kits and manuals how many you're going to need. We prepared completely all the way through a little better than 500 of the manuals. All of you, I'm sure, have seen them in the schools, and the kits that we used. And in these, we had approximately 15,000 pieces of literature on political education, besides 6,000 different pamphlets on the trade union movement as a whole. And there was 366 people attended these classes in 14 different areas. Of course, we would very much like to have had more people than that. We should have had 4 or 5 times that many, but we do appreciate them that did come out and take part. And we hope that it did serve some purpose. Mr. President, I've got some rough figures here on affiliations, reinstatements, and dropouts in the council during 1960, if you'd like on it.
Yes, I want to explain something to you before he puts this out. Now, we've give you a pad we brought up here. We thought that you might want to do a little scribbling and keep a few notes or something on some of this stuff. Now, the purpose of presenting this picture here to you is to give you the best possible picture of the affiliation situation, what it looks like, and the future and so forth. Because tomorrow, when we go into the program, we're gonna after you, if you adopt the program and so forth, then it's going to become necessary to adopt a means of financing the program. And we're going to give you a projected budget based upon a 5-year period, and that budget is going to be based upon a potential membership affiliation of 25,000. Now, right at the present time, we have less than that. But in order that you might have the fullest picture of what the thing looks like, the possibilities are we've went down and checked out our new affiliations, the dropouts, the decrease or the increase in membership, and so forth. See? Now, as he goes through this thing with you, you might want to make a few notes on it. I don't know. I just mentioned this in passing because our projected budget, now keep in mind, for this program is going to be based upon what we think the affiliations will average out over that 5-year period of time. Now, in order to help him out a little bit and better to enlighten you a little bit, this roughly is what the picture is. And he's going to cite you some figures and some affiliations and dropouts and so forth. Basically, this is what the picture right now looks like. We have been fairly successful with the limited amount of time we've been able to spend on this thing to bring into the council several affiliated locals, some with significant membership and some not too significant. We've been able to reinstate several locals over a period of time, quite a few of those. And in spite of this, we've lost membership. In spite of this, we've had some dropouts, but the dropouts hasn't been too significant. What's been happening to us and what our problem now is, apparently after trying to get the best possible picture of this and running an affiliation figure alongside of the one we had last year, is that in some areas, particularly the shipyard, there's been a lot of layoffs and the membership of the affiliated organization has been drastically reduced. And the reason I mention this is this, that it won't take any new affiliations to bring the membership up. If the shipyard in particular gets back in full force of membership, then those organizations are going to come back, and we should immediately, when this happens, pick up better than 1,000 members right in there that have been dropped in the past year. Now, in other places, I think your local over at Columbus has also lost considerable membership. It applies there likewise. I was a little bit surprised in checking this thing out in some areas, in some industries, that the membership has held up and even gained in some places. Now, in order that you get the best picture of this, we're going to let Tom run through this with you.
Now, you will notice the total number of affiliations added to the number of reinstatements will figure around 600 more than the dropouts. But, as Claude says, the slackness, the unemployment thing, we still have lost. We still have a net loss over 1960. Now, if any of you, does the board want me to call the names of these organizations that have affiliated or not? Do you just want me to give you, if the board desires, I got the names.
The new affiliations?
Yeah, the new affiliations.
I
It's not a
personally
great
like
long
to-
list.
Not
like
too
to-
long.
I'd like to have it.
Okay, here are the affiliations in 1960. As far as we know, we could have left off one or something, but I don't. Vicksburg Building and Trades Council. Tupelo Carpenters, Local 2183, 77 people. Four States Chemical Workers. Now, the reason that's an odd name, but we got the chemical workers, Local 187, they work for Texas Gas, I believe, and the local covers Mississippi, Louisiana, part of Texas, and some in Tennessee, I know. So I just called it the Four States Chemical Workers, 187, 100 people.
They affiliated their membership.
Right,
in the
100
city.
in Mississippi, see.
In the state.
Vicksburg, Cement, Lime, and Gypsum, Local 40355. Meridian, ACWA, Local 779, Meridian, 325. Now, we got the business agents at Local sitting back there, but actually this was United Garment Workers up until what time in 1960, Frida? Back in the spring, a little
Yes, I
before the
think about
convention
May
was.
of
Yeah,
that
so
year
actually,
was
I
the
mean,
last
this
that
is
we
not a
paid.
real
This
addition.
is really
but
not any addition.
changed
it's just
organizations, you understand, as
Well,
far as
understood.
membership, same thing. Pascagoula Laborers Local 1142 100. Gulfport Laborers Local 469 100. Vicksburg Painters Local 1782 12. Meridian Plumbers Local 123 80. Mobile Boilermakers Local 112 25. Of course, that 25 is in Mississippi. Hattiesburg International Woodworkers, Local 5-218-107. A total of 1,044. Now here are the reinstated organizations. Laurel Barbers, Local 798-8. Jackson Glass Bottle Blowers, Local 233-7. Biloxi Painters, Local 107-65. Hattiesburg Painters, Local 762-60. Laurel Painters, Local 1403-60. Natchez Rubber Workers, Local 303-720. Now that's a total of 1,283 added to 1,044 is 2,327. Now, here are the dropouts, as near as we could get them in a hurry.
Come to delinquent, what he means there.
Yeah, the complete delinquents, one. Greenville Barbers, Local 217-14. Hattiesburg Bus Drivers, Local 1453-25. Greenville Carpenters, Local 2677-44. Hattiesburg Chemical Workers, Local 336-25. Biloxi Fishermen's, and this local disbanded. They went out of business. That was 30 people. Hazelhurst United Garment Workers, Local 361-183. Jackson American Flint Glass, Local 146.
Stop you just a minute. Wasn't that the fisherman local
300.
300 instead of 30? Make it
300.
300 out of it.
Well, that was 30 people.
No, 300.
people.
They
Huh?
pay per capita tax on 300.
Yeah, it was 300
They did?
instead of 30. Make that.
Well, we left
off and over. This
left
makes
off
300 out
zero,
of 30.
right.
So that's 300. Yeah. This was the fisherman that
Yeah.
the NMU organized, and they was able to break that thing down, and they finally went out of business.
Flint Glass Workers, Local 146-16, Jackson. Hattiesburg Laborers, Local 973-50. Hattiesburg Musicians, Local 568-42. If you'll notice, my hometown is a shining star in dropouts. I can't help but see that. Greenville Painters, Local 1731-9. Jackson Retail Wholesale Department Store Union, Local 180-30. Natchez Rubber Workers, Local 303-720. Meridian State County Municipal Employees, Local 708-13. Hattiesburg Building Trades Council. Vicksburg Carpenters, Local 1964-75. Corinth IBEW, Local 852-100. Laurel IBEW, Local 1210-55. Meridian International Woodworkers, Local 204-17. Natchez International Woodworkers, Local 440, 448 is Local 440. 90, a total of 1,691.
What is that? Dropout?
Yeah, change, wait a minute. That's
1961.
right. Yeah, it's dropped out.
You say that IBEW 852 dropped out?
Yeah, Corinth.
What's wrong with Rush?
IBEW dropped out.
Hard up for money.
Did you say 1691 now drop out?
Well, no, I had it wrong,
1961.
Brother Bowers. We had the fisherman here listed 30, it's supposed to be 300, so that would be,
Now these,
1961.
we wanted,
1961.
we wanted to call this to your attention because it might be that some of you members of the board here know some of these locals, and you can approach them and try to find out what the difficulty is.
Well, there's
Try to
two.
press upon their mind the importance. It could be, that the correspondence that Tom been sending to them here been misplaced or something, and it's an oversight. On the rubber workers thing down at Natchez, Don and Ray, this local union, of course, now these affiliations, these figures are for the year, the whole year of 1960. This rubber workers local affiliated and paid 1 month's due. This is Fly down at Natchez, Don. We don't quite understand or know just what this was. They come in and affiliate and pay 1 month's due. If you get a chance, we should ask Fly what difficulty is. If there's any, if they feel that we can come down and help correct the situation or convince them to come on and go ahead and get straightened out and stay in this thing, we'll do it. This is the largest group we got involved, 700 and some people. I notice most of them are relatively small.
I'll come back.
They're around 1,000 now.
Huh?
They're around 1,000.
I wouldn't doubt it a bit, and you see what you can do with Russ up there and find out what the difficulty is. Looking down that list again, our another situation,
two here that you can mark off.
That's Hazelhurst is one of them.
No, these
We mark
that I'm
it off.
talking about, they don't have a local, Greenville, the painters.
Painters?
The charter has been picked up
It
in
has?
Greenville.
Yeah.
And this Jackson, the retail wholesale, that was the old
It's out of business?
Buckeye Oil Company, and I understand they out of business now.
Scratch them?
Yeah.
Well, this is what our book shows, the ones we had on record, and of course, we know that some of these situations exist yet. Yes, Rita?
What was that woodworker local in Meridian?
This is the big one, it's not the
About
one
the
that, what's her name, it's the biggest one. What's the,
It's not Flint.
Margaret Hicks?
No.
General
That's
Bob.
the big
Must
one.
be
Is it
General
Bob?
Box, I imagine. You might talk to Margaret Hicks about this. I think she's associated with that local.
Yes,
I told Hannah about them.
But that's Howard Chase.
You know, it's a funny thing, that's why we're talking about this affiliation problem we got.
That's
There's
right.
something about these people that work in this wood industry that's, it's hard to convince them. I guess they got harder heads or something, but it's a strange coincidence that the greatest number of people we have that's not affiliated with this council are people working in the wood industry, the woodworkers and the carpenters. Now, I think we're gonna do a little something with the carpenters. I got pretty good hopes of that. We got a campaign going on out here now, by the way, the carpenters have with the old Mississippi products. And they're making pretty good progress. I've been out there on a couple of occasions with Smith, with the carpenters. And he furnished me with a correct mailing list of all these carpenters unions. I discovered after talking with him that the carpenters union alone have got around 7,000 members in this state. And we don't have but about half of them affiliated. Same thing with wood, with the woodworkers. We only got about 2, I think now, woodworker local unions in good standing, haven't we?
About
2, not over 3. And of course, we spent some time. We spent quite a bit of time in the Jones County area. All right, Tom.
I got 3
right.
items let me mention.
All right.
Now, these are 3, this is 3 organizations I jotted down. These are affiliated since the first of the year. In other words, in 1961, so I jotted these down on the bottom of the list. 2 reinstatement, 1 affiliation. The new affiliation, Typographical Local 647 in Hattiesburg, 20 people. And CWA Local 3504 in Columbus is reinstated this year. CWA Local 3515 in Natchez is reinstated. But these 3 now have come in since
They come in
first.
since the
I
first
jotted
of the
them
year.
down for your information.
Which local was this in Natchez?
Local,
CWA.
CWA Local 3515.
Is Ed Hale still president?
Who?
Ed Hale.
Ed Hale.
No, Westmoreland.
Westmoreland.
Yeah, Westmoreland.
Well,
Now, it might be that some of you people might be able to help us out a little bit with some of these people that's dropped back, you know what I mean? And if there's any problems there that they need to consult with us or need somebody in there, I wish you'd let us know. Now, if this council adopts the program tomorrow, we're gonna send a copy of this prospectus to the president of each international union. We can't afford, it's our opinion, of course, and we'll explain to you why tomorrow, that it's too dangerous to make a copy of this document available to the local unions, because it might get in the hands of our enemies, and I think you know why.
It certainly would,
See,
there's no question.
We've already seen what happened in a few cases around, in a few areas, but by how some stuff gets in the hands of our enemies around you, and we can't take that chance, because they could beat our brains out with it. But we do feel like, in order to get the fullest cooperation into these international unions, where their influence then can come on down to the locals, we hope that a copy of this document should be made available to the presidents of the international unions. See? And then, when we send this out, I've got a letter already drafted, ready to go, if this program's adopted, to the presidents of these international unions, including in that a list of the locals that they have affiliated in the state, and stressing the importance of affiliation. See? Then we are finally about to get what we think is a pretty good mailing list of all of the representatives of the international unions. we're gonna go at this thing in a systematic way. They're gonna either come in this organization or they're gonna be word slapped to death. And we got Stan Smith working on it from the other end. And I'm rather optimistic about this thing. If this depression we're in doesn't turn into something real severe, I think within the next year, well, this program, if this program's adopted a year, that we're gonna build this organization up. Because these partners told me, these people out here, that they're gonna, he started naming off a few around here, that he knew that with just a little bit of work there, we get them in it, particularly the industrial groups, you know what I mean? One down at Columbia, one down at Collins.
I know that in the Columbia, and far as I made a trip down there and talked to them.
Yeah, but this was right after they organized.
And of course they was gonna follow up on
Yeah.
it, but you hadn't heard anything from
Well,
them.
I made arrangements to go to their meeting. They meet on the fourth Saturday, but they put it off. I had scheduled to go down there this past Saturday and meet with them.
Well, here's something that I have run into in the past on these, getting these locals to re-affiliate. According to the Constitution, you see,
Mm-hmm.
they got to pay a reinstatement fee of 6 months back due.
Mm-hmm.
And some of them, they might could get affiliated if they didn't have that provision in there.
Mm-hmm.
And if you want to get them affiliated now, if they just been out, and dropped out,
Yeah.
they got to pay that 6 months. It's pretty hard to do that.
Well, we
Probably
can kind of
could.
close our eyes a little bit and hope that the Prudential Committee and press one and another don't take our efforts on this thing. And
Well-
every now and then, we might violate the Constitution and get some of these people back in, but we ain't gonna get out of here and advertise.
Well,
Yeah.
Does the secretary have the total membership now, as at the end of 1960?
We'll furnish you those figures tomorrow. I don't know if we
23,000.
got anything over here with the owners tonight.
Well,
right now.
23,000 and something right now.
23,000
Roughly,
something.
Brother Bob.
23,000.
23,000, no?
Well, that's close.
We're gonna put the whole thing out here for you tomorrow. Philly, I mean,
Maybe he might have in mind.
financials and everything tomorrow. See, what we thought would be the poor brother bond for your, information here, what we decided to do in this meeting this afternoon was to take up, all, things that we need to consider, other than the program this afternoon. And starting tomorrow morning, then we'll spend our time, we'll be free to take up the program in its entirety. And we're not gonna touch on the program at all in this meeting today. See, that's, and so what we've done is cleaned up a lot of items here that needed to be considered, got out of the way. That's where we are.
In
So actually, you
1950,
haven't missed the important, most important part of the session, see what I mean?
Have you heard up on the insurance?
Yes.
in 58, Claude, the executive board taking upon themselves, of course, they don't have the authority, it's the
Yeah.
act.
Uh-huh.
But they did pass a resolution that they would support it at the next convention,
Yeah.
they would waive this thing.
Waive
That
it.
happened in January of 1958, and I think it's the best year we ever had for affiliating local unions is in 58. As I recall, in the 1st of January of 1958, we only had around approximately 17,000 affiliated with the State
Yeah.
Labor Council. And I think it run up to about 22, a little better before the end of the year,
It was
58.
around in that neighborhood in 58.
So that year, we was able to get in 5,000 at 1 year.
Well, let me ask y'all something now. I want you to use this against me. But if we kind of close our eyes on some of this, about bringing these people in, didn't get out publicized, you don't think it create a problem, do you?
I don't think so.
Huh?
They can't do you any good on the outside, it might do you some good on the inside.
Well, I mean, this is just your opinion now.
Well, the thing was put in there to discourage local unions from falling out, but evidently it's not doing it too much. By the time they fall out, they have no intention of coming back. And that don't, fear, they
Well,
don't,
the reason I'm asking this question, we can kind of close our eyes on this thing a little bit, but if you think it would do more harm than good, that we should abide by the Constitution, and that's what we'll do. Let's see, there's about 3 hands here now. Let me give it to the lady over there.
The
Come around and give it to
only
you.
problem that I could see that it might cause, Claude, if we had any, a fight over officers
Yeah.
in the convention.
Yeah. On the election.
There's another thing that
Think it might be too dangerous to fool with.
Well, I don't know
Well,
if it's
that's-
too
Well,
dangerous.
if you want to do it legally, you can do it in this fashion, that this board authorize a remission of any back payment, and any dues they pay between now and the next convention time will be held in escrow. And if the convention then does not uphold the action of the board, the dues will be refunded. If it upholds the action of the board, the dues are yours.
Oh, may I say something, Mr. Chairman?
Wait a minute, I told Brother Barnes I was gonna
I'm
give it
sorry,
to him.
sir.
You through down there, Freddie?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Brother Barnes.
Mr. Chairman, most every area remembers when they had to come back in on, or a good part of their group would have to come back into the council on just this basis. Now, if you can remember that the only way we could get the Pascagoula group as a whole affiliated was in this method, and that would be that they'd forgive any back debt because there wasn't any money there and wasn't any way of getting any money there. And that group just wasn't interested enough in it to raise any money for that. Now, we want their membership, and we're not wanting any money from back dues, I'm thinking that the idea of putting the Constitution was punitive and prohibitive of their leaving, as was mentioned a while ago. So anything we can do to get them back in, as far as the money's concerned, I think would certainly be overlooked, and I don't believe that there are enough areas that are Simon pure in this thing, and their hearts are clean, that they can point to anybody else and say anything about it.
All right, Jim, are you through? Let him finish, Jim.
Yes.
All right, so thank you, Gene. All right, Jim.
Mr. Chairman, under Article 10, Section 7, the Executive Committee may modify reinstatement fee where extenuating circumstances exist which in their judgment warrant such action. That is the Executive Committee, so I think
That's all you need.
we have the authority under our Constitution.
That's all you need.
Thank you, Brother Clark. Well, I would say this, gentlemen, on this subject, and we'll consider this matter by the executive board, but I think that this extenuating circumstance could be placed in this fashion. We're trying to build up the affiliations. These locals been out for a long period of time. Could affiliate on the basis of a new organization, we'll say, pay the affiliation fee, and we could conveniently ignore the fact that they had been in at one time. And if the question was raised, we'll say, well, we thought this local never had been in here. You know, that's one thing to be done. But this is what we got, one of the inequities of the thing, that prior to the merger, several organizations disaffiliated and didn't come into the merged organization. See, now these organizations are not touched here because they have never been into the merged organization. So in a sense, it's not fair to admit those organizations on a strict affiliation basis, then turn around and punish some people that have one time been in here. This is one of the inequities of this type of thing. See, I think the executive committee can cope with this situation. The article Brother Clark quoted there.
They won't be established no precedent, I pointed out a while ago.
Yeah.
They did this in 1958 and that's what spurred a lot of the affiliations for that year.
All right.
So this board will not be setting a precedent.
All right, okay, fine.
I
Thank
think
you,
that
Ray.
the executive officers of this group should go ahead and make the arrangements where it will be done legal and you won't have to look the other way. I
All
think
right,
you should go
okay.
ahead and
Thank
take that
you.
action.
We'll take that under advisement, I'm sure, won't we, Brother Clark? Holloway, Ray, Tom? Thank you.
Well,
All right.
Mr. Chairman, what about some of the smaller locals? Now, we've got, some of the craft locals, maybe there's just 10 or 12 people in a local.
Yeah.
And they feel like that their dues are low and everything, and time they do have their other operating expenses, they feel like the affiliation fee is a little bit high for them without putting an extra assessment on their membership.
With affiliation fee.
And some of them are, the work situation, especially during the winter months, has been rather slow with them, and
Well, we could,
The
take that
affiliation
under
fee.
advisement also and possibly waive the initiation fee, I don't know.
He ain't gonna get rich off of it.
It's not but $5, they in bad shape if they can't raise that $5.
well, some of them had the idea it was 15, I told them
Eight.
That's what I was thinking.
We've got copies of the Constitution brought up before we'd everybody have a copy. That you would like to have one here, we pass it
I don't
out.
have one with me.
I think this pretty well wraps it up for the afternoon, unless there's something here that I haven't, did somebody ask for the floor? What? Somebody asked for the floor?
No, Don.
Oh, I see.
Might check the right
Ah,
one, see if he's-
I'd like to ask the executive committee to stay here just a minute. After we adjourn the meeting, it won't take but just a minute, and we'll let you go. I think, well, if it's fresh on our mind, we ought to try to agree and work out what we think would be the appropriate approach to this affiliation problem. And this is what I'd like to, deal with right now.
Well, Claude, I'll contact Robert Fly.
Okay, fine. Why not, you explain to him what we try to do.
I don't think it's
If
any
you got any
trouble.
problems, we'd like to know what they are.
I think Ray will agree with me. Robert is a good boy and all, but he's the type of fellow that thinks, well, I can take care of everything myself.
You ought to move down to Jones County with woodworkers down there. That's their general philosophy, ain't it, Jim?
That seems to be it, but no, I can't cuss them too much, I'm president of the central body, and they go along a long ways with me.
Yeah, if we can ever find out what you're doing to them down there, we'll be all right, right?
You can't do enough to them to
Just
get them
lead
to
them
the
this
state,
direction.
Just leave them up there.
Tom, we convened.
Well, we come with me here in the morning at 9 o'clock.
Now, Frida, good morning, Carolyn. How are you?
We want to offer our apologies for being rather late to get the meeting started. We had some difficulties. To start with, I've had a little trouble with the co-director here. And we spent several hours last night trying to get our program pretty well lined up, machine and operation and so forth. And discovered that it was going to be necessary to move the meeting place in order to get the best job possible where everybody could see and so forth. So then, unfortunately, we found ourselves in conflict with the CWA program going on over here also. And knowing that some of our good board members were down socializing last night, I recognized the fact that a little bit hard for them to get out on the scheduled time this morning. And I felt if we get started about 9:30, well, maybe we might be doing fairly well. But we're still short a couple of our board members, so maybe they're still socializing. I don't know. Maybe they'll get in before we get too far along. But it was our intentions, or our hopes rather, that we could move into this program this morning and possibly complete the business of the board today. Not an action we did yesterday. Now, we have sent you copies of the prospectus with some sections of it, parts of it that you didn't have, we wasn't complete. I understand that Carolyn has made that part of it available to you this morning. Naturally, you haven't had an opportunity to study those sections. But the bulk of the book you did receive, and we hope that you had an opportunity for the few days that you had it to kind of look the thing over, kind of get in your mind exactly what this program, what we're attempting to do with the program. This program is the results of the board's action at our meeting. I believe it was right after the Vicksburg Convention, if my memory serves me right. We brought this matter up and we agreed and instructed Brother Dan Powell here to, as soon as he got the time, to sit down and help us work this thing out. And this document represents an awful lot of work, particularly on the part of Brother Powell. Now, the rest of us have just been more or less holding his hand and carrying his pipe around for him and things like that. But I think you can look at this thing yourself and see that there has been an awful lot of time put into this document here. Now, actually, the legislative program itself represents the objectives of the program. The legislative program has 18 points, as you'll notice. There's a few items on this legislative program that has not received the attention of a convention of the council. Some 4 or 5 of them have not been actually adopted by our council and passed. The rest of these points have been, at one time or another, adopted by convention action. Now, the purpose and the reason for attempting to approach this legislative proposition or program in the fashion that we have is simply this, and I think if you'll look it over, you'll see that there's certain areas here that we don't have too much concern directly about. But it does concern some people that are important to us in attempting to get our program across. So actually, basically, this program attempts to do this, to cover a large area, areas that we're all interested in. See, not directly, but as citizens of the community and so forth. It's a balanced program. By presenting this type of a program, we feel that we'll get much more support for the overall program. Now, this is basically the objective, the reason for this rather lengthy legislative program. That's the reason things are thick. The Alabama program is about half that thick, but they probably don't have as many problems as we have there to start with, and so forth and so on. Now, it will be a little bit difficult in this thing for us to change the legislative objectives here, insert new items or cut out any for this reason. The time element, and we'll assume the responsibility of this, trying to look ahead, project this thing, get it set up in proper sequence. We didn't actually allow enough time to get the folder, which will be something like this. Let me see if I got it. You got a copy of Alabama one here? Dan got one. Yes, sir. All right. The thing will be drafted up in a folder form. Well, I can use this. I think it's going to be more like this anyhow to get through with it, 4 parts. Necessary to get this stuff and get the engraving work done and all that stuff, and have this folder prepared for the February the 10th meeting that we, if you notice, we got set up in your schedule here. We're going to try to approach this thing in a systematic fashion. The first thing we're proposed to do, providing the board adopts this thing, is a series of meetings. The first one's going to be with the international representatives that have local unions of people within the state of Mississippi. Now, we want to have this ready for that. If we make any major changes in this legislative thing, it's going to upset the folder. That's what it'll do there. Now, Brother Powell has spent considerable time on this thing, and we've got the view graph here. We would propose to do this. review the program with you, the most important sections of it, before we go into finances. Then after that, we will then proceed to go into the financial situation with you. And of course, it'll be necessary to give you the whole picture there. So at this time, I'm going to ask Brother Powell if he would be kind enough to lay his pipe down and go into an explanation of the program itself. Then, I'll grant you, I don't know how you carry that thing. It's a weapon more than anything.
Ask if you please put it out.
Where's life with you?
You're asking too many sacrifices on my part. I don't mind putting it down, but putting it out is another problem.
Have to take a bucket of water to put it out.
Since we...
Just a minute now, it's not that bad. I suppose that the brother be allowed to enjoy the benefits of his friend and companion.
Since we met after the convention in Vicksburg at the time that you all requested that we prepare this program for the Mississippi Council, similar to the one that we prepared for Alabama. A good deal has happened. We've got, and we didn't have then, the right to work law, now as a part of the state constitution. We've got certain crippling amendments to the Workmen's Compensation Act. We've got a tax relief for the greedy and the rich. And in order to replace that money, they're now talking about adding another penny to your sales tax. Now all these things did not come about because the anti-labor forces in this state suddenly and on the spur of the moment decided, a few days before they introduced their bill, that they were going to give you a right to work provision in the Constitution. They didn't decide this at the last moment. What has happened to you has been the result of careful, long-range planning on the part of your opposition. If you'll turn on the machine, I want to show you some of the evidence of this as far as the right to work bill is concerned. This is a clipping from The Voice, the magazine of the cement workers.
Name all the things in life.
If you notice the marked paragraphs, how did this come about? Why is it significant? The story behind how this measure got on the ballot is a classic and shrewd political planning and carefully concocted tactics. It starts back in 1958. You remember the year that the Labor was successful in beating back attempts by big business and the reactionaries to put through right-to-work laws in 6 states. Practically unnoticed, legislators in Mississippi amended a law requiring 3 months' notice to be given to voters before the date of any referendum on any change in the state constitution. They reduced the notification period to 30 days. And they use that 30 days to run the right to work bill through on you without giving you time to prepare for it. At the same time this change was being passed, another clever maneuver was made. Up to this time, constitutional changes call for a majority of all actual votes cast in the election. Now, it was hard then to get a constitutional change because more people voted for candidates than they did for amendments, and you couldn't get the majority for the amendments. But they wanted to put through this amendment, so they had to devise a way they could get it through. So what did they do? Moving swiftly behind the screen, certain anti-labor politicians convinced other legislatures
of the legislature ought to change the law to permit adoption of constitutional matters by a majority of all votes cast for or against that particular proposition. Well, that's an example. 2 years before you got this bill, they began to plan for it. You can kill it now, Claude. Now, if we are to defeat further anti-labor legislation, and if we are to get beneficial laws, we are going to have to do the same sort of planning, the same sort of long-range planning and work that the opposition does, because that's the only way these things are accomplished. The opposition is always busy. They're working on new ideas, new propositions today. They are busy working, planning, and training their people. We have here a piece from the Chamber of Commerce. You throw it on the screen, Tom. Notice at the bottom, Chamber of Commerce of the United States. This is a folder advertising their political action course. Now, this folder was put out a year and a half ago. Since that time, the numbers increased. A year and a half ago, they had 67,200 people that had taken that course in 50 states, in 1,063 communities. Now, Tom, if you'll pull that out and let's open it, we'll show them what the course contains. So this page here. Here's the content of that course. The first subject, the individual in politics, political party organization, the political precinct, how to organize in the precinct, the political campaign, political clubs, political leaders' problems, political meetings, how to set up your political meetings to develop interest and get your people voting for the candidates that you're supporting, businessmen in politics, and the politician speaks. Now, here are some of the places that they've conducted this course. Let's pull it out. I want to show this. Among states all over the United States, they haven't neglected Mississippi. You'll notice over here, have you got your arrow there where you can use it? Follow the arrow. Here's the state of Mississippi. Now, here are the towns that this course has been conducted in, and the number of courses that have been put on by various firms in that town to train people. You can see Canton 1, 21 companies in Cleveland have put it on, Greenville 2, Grenada 1, Gulfport 1, Jackson 2, Laurel 1, Meridian 2, Newton 1, Pascagoula 1, Yazoo City 1. This is almost 2 years ago. In the past 2 years, they've more than doubled that figure. Okay, Tom, you can take it. So perhaps the point of all that I'm saying is that we don't stand still. We either move forward or we perish. Now, that brings me to what I wanted to say about this program here. Can we have the lights? Let me get over there about that. That's fine. If you'll open your books to the first index page.
Give these to Dawn.
What we've tried to do in this prospectus, and let me say this prospectus was not prepared for general distribution. This is not going to local unions. It's not going to international representatives. It was prepared only for this executive board. That's why we went into the detail that we did. This, we believe, is the most complete and comprehensive long-range plan program that we've ever presented to a labor organization in the United States. In here, we deal with every phase of the program, beginning from the first section, time for action, pointing out what our opposition is doing, pointing out what we can do if we get busy. If you'll notice here in the green section, the first section, turn over here to page 5. Organized labor is Mississippi's largest economic group, with over 195,000 potential votes. And there we break it down for you. More than 50,000 union members in the state. Nearly all these union members have wives or husbands, totaling more than 45,000. Each union member has at least 2 relatives, close friends, and neighbors who could be influenced to vote with organized labor. These total more than 100,000. We have a potential vote in this state that labor could influence of 195,000. Now that's enough to be the balance of power in any election in this state. Now turn over to the next page, 6. But less than 6% of the labor vote was mobilized in 1959. Out of that potential of 195,000, less than 12,250, we calculate, supported the candidate that the AFL-CIO endorsed for governor, or recommended for governor in 1959. Now, what has been our major weakness? In the past, we failed to plan, and because we didn't have a plan, we failed to organize. Because there was nothing to organize for, we had no plan to carry out. We got into politics, into a political campaign, just as we got into the Right to Work campaign. Nobody was concerned about right to work in February or March of last year because we had assurances it wasn't going to pass. When the bill passes, then at the last minute we have to get in on a defensive basis. So failing to plan has been our number one weakness. Second, we failed to raise money. Despite the fact that we had more money to spend in the Right to Work fight than organized labor's ever had in any other campaign in Mississippi, we had a pitifully inadequate amount to spend in a fight like that. We needed 3 times the money we had. And if we'd have had 3 times that amount, we might have beaten the bill. But because we hadn't planned, because we hadn't organized, we didn't have any money. That came as a last-minute effort. And third and finally, and I think that this is a major problem that we've been facing in the past, our major failure, we have not reached the rank and file of our membership. In the last governor's race, I venture to say that if you'd have asked 100 AFL-CIO members in the state a week before that election who labor was supporting for governor, that not more than 25 out of the 100 could have told you, and I think I'm being generous there. If you'd have gone further and says, all right, now who is labor supporting in your county for the legislature? Less than 12 out of the 100 could have told you. We haven't reached it. Now, why haven't we reached it? Because we have not had the organization of the apparatus to reach it. We've got local unions, but less than 5% of our membership come to local union meetings. So in order to reach this membership, we are going to have to go into their homes, either in person or both in person, by the telephone and by direct mail. Now when we do that, when we make these 3 approaches to the rank and file, personal contact, telephone, letters, then we will reach them, and we'll get our story to them, and they will respond. They're not responding now because they don't know the story. So in this program, we've tried to gear it towards strengthening the three weaknesses that we've suffered from before. Here is a plan. Here is a method, a proposal, which we will get into in a few minutes, for raising the sufficient money. Here in this program are the step-by-step plans for reaching the membership through organizing in the women in the labor movement, the wives of union members, through setting up precinct committees, through setting up telephone squadrons, through setting up the apparatus to permit us to mail into the home of every union member. In this program we propose, and will carry out, that in the State Council office, we eventually will have the name and address of every union member in the state of Mississippi. We will have the equipment so that we can put a letter on a multi-lift machine or a mimeograph machine, mimeograph that letter, then put it on another machine that will fold it, will insert it in an envelope mechanically that has been mechanically addressed to our mail list in the state office. We'll mechanically seal it, mechanically postage it, and all that we'll have to do is take it down to the post office. Now in this program we contemplate a minimum of 15 such mailings to our rank and file, statewide. Now this is not all the mailings that we hope to do. Each city central body will have the facilities of this mail list available to them. In other words, if Jim Clark wants to do a mailing down in Laurel, all Jim will have to do when we get this set up, working, operating, is to send us a copy of the letter that he wants mailed, plus some letterheads that he wants the letter on and the envelopes. Here in the state office, that letter will be either multi-lift or mimeographed. His letters will be addressed, his envelopes will be addressed. The letter will mechanically be inserted in those envelopes and will then be boxed and sent back to him in Laurel for local posting. Way you can take it over to the post office, have a local mailing address. Now, the second section in your book is the program section. Have all of you, let me, before I go any further, because I'm trying to feel my way through this thing, have all of you read this prospectus? Let's see the hands of those of you that haven't read it.
I've glanced through it.
Have you all read the 18 major legislative points? You haven't read it either?
All except the additions.
We got this morning I hadn't read.
Since we came in.
Well, now actually what you got on the white sheets was an explanation. Let me talk to you a moment about this program section. This is the white section over here. This is a proposed legislative program. And in this program, you think we better put it on the screen? We've got it there. We can put it on the screen if you want. Huh? All right. The first point is to establish a Department of Labor. And then beneath that we outline some of the functions of a Department of Labor. There are others. The second point is a reapportionment of the state legislature. The third point is to increase and improve workmen's compensation. And here we list the improvements that we are supporting. The fourth point is to provide guaranteed loans for college education to qualified high school graduates with loans repayable at monthly installments over a period up to 15 years at low interest rates, the same way that you'd repay an FHA loan when you buy a house. The fifth point is to improve and increase and improve unemployment insurance. And there we spell out some of the improvements that we're suggesting. The sixth point is to revise Mississippi tax laws, to reduce taxes on low and middle income groups, and to require corporations and utilities to pay their fair share of taxes. The seventh point is enact a state Davis-Bacon prevailing wage law for all construction paid for in part or in full by state, county, and municipal funds, to prohibit any tax money from being used to employ substandard labor at substandard wages. The ninth point is to enact, or the eighth point is to change the primary elections from Tuesday to Saturday, so it'll be more convenient for our people to vote and participate in elections. The ninth point, enact a temporary disability insurance law to provide weekly compensation benefits for workers that are disabled from non-occupational illness or accident. That's where a person gets sick, where they have an automobile wreck away from the plant. The 10th point is to raise the salary of Mississippi school teachers up to the average for the southern states. Today, Mississippi school teachers are the lowest paid teachers in the nation, despite the fact that in terms of qualifications and training, they rank 7th from the top. They receive less pay than teachers in any other southern state, and the result is that unless their pay is raised, and raised pretty soon, we are going to find Mississippi without school teachers, because they are not going to continue to work for the salaries that they're getting here when they can go to other states and make a lot more. The 11th point is to enact a comprehensive child labor law. In this state we have very, very few, and they're antiquated, those that we have, laws covering child labor. 12th, to enact state civil service law to cover all state employees. 13, to qualify women as jurors on an equal basis with men. 14, to increase maximum amount of assistance to the aged and to the totally and permanently disabled from $40 to $50 a month. The 15th point is to amend state constitution to provide initiative and referendum procedures. And if you will permit me at this point, this is one thing that I want to talk to you just a little bit more about. I realize that unless you've lived in Arkansas, you are not familiar with what I mean by initiative and referendum procedures. In the state of Mississippi today, you are under a minority-controlled government, and you have no relief from it. According to the way this state is apportioned in the state legislature, counties having about a third of the population have a majority of the legislature. 1/3 of the population of this state is able to pass laws, tax laws too, if you please, and tax rebates, that 2/3 of the people of the state don't want, to the detrimental of 2/3 of the people of the state. And there's nothing that you can do about it. Nothing that you can do about it. The legislature has consistently refused to carry out the order of the Constitution to reapportion. Now, under initiative and referendum, before I say it, let me make one other point. To amend the Constitution of Mississippi, today, the only way that you can get an amendment before the people is for both houses of the legislature to pass a bill of amendment resolution by a 2/3 vote. It takes 2/3. In other words, 1/3 of that legislature. Now remember this, a majority represents only a third of the people in the state. So think of how few people 1/3 of the legislature represents. 1/3 of that legislature can block any amendment to the Mississippi Constitution being submitted to the people. Now, under initiative and referendum procedures, which we advocate here, the people of Mississippi could initiate an amendment to the state constitution by getting petitions signed on which the amendment was proposed by 10% of the people who voted in the last general election. When you got signatures equal to 10% who voted in the last general election, and on all presidential years this wouldn't be many signatures, then your proposed amendment to the Constitution would go on the ballot at referendum to be voted on in the next election, next general election. And if a majority of people voted for it, it would become a part of the Constitution. So through initiative and referendum, which is the essence of a democratic system, the people of this state would have it within their own power to propose amendments to the Constitution and enact on those amendments. Now that's just one phase. Yeah.
I want you to change that word to democratic system because that's a misleading term.
What's that?
And democratic. I believe that that's misleading, and I think that you should stop just a moment here and note the difference in the conservative and the liberal thinker, because we've been led away and down a false trail so long with the term democratic that we are just being carried into oblivion with the word democratic, which is entirely misleading.
You're speaking when you say Democratic with a capital D of the Democratic Party.
Well, it's been made to fit both places, and the word democratic in Mississippi doesn't mean anything at all about democracy or anything democratic, little or big D.
Well, anyway, this would, the first provision under initiative and referendum would be to give the people of the state the right to propose amendments to the Constitution, and then a majority of the people to act upon those amendments. Now, the second thing an initiative and referendum would do, 2/3 of the people of this state can want a law passed in that legislature, and they can't get it passed. They can't get it passed. Still can bottle it up in the House and keep it from ever going before the legislature for action. Under initiative and referendum procedures, you have the power as a people to propose legislation by an initiative petition bearing the signatures of, 10% is constitutional amendments, of 8% of the voters in the last general election.
That's the question.
Yep.
How many states have that?
A number of western states have it. Arkansas is the only one in this region that has it. Arkansas does have this. And this is the way labor was able to amend the Workmen's Compensation Act in Arkansas.
How did the minimum wage do with
They lost the minimum wage. They were putting in $1 an hour minimum wage in Arkansas in the last election. They lost it by about 40,000 votes. At the last minute, the manufacturers really pulled out the money. But they came within 40,000 votes out of, I guess a vote of better than 400,000 passing the minimum wage law. But with petitions with 8% of those that voted in the last general election, you can propose a law. Now that proposal then goes to referendum of the people. If a majority of the people vote for it, it then becomes a statute, just like any law enacted by the legislature. So it gives the people the power to pass laws that the legislature refuses to pass.
You can also propose to repeal a law.
Yeah, that's the third part. He was a little ahead of it. If this legislature over here, a majority of which represents less than 1/3 of the people of the state, pass a law that's detrimental to you, you can suspend that law until the people have had a right to vote on it by a petition bearing 6% of the voters in the last general election. Once you get 6% of the voters on a petition to suspend that law and refer it to referendum and file that petition with the Secretary of State, that law then, as it becomes inactive until the people have voted on it. and a majority have to vote for it to be operative again. So you see what this does, and this is the most important thing, in my opinion, in your whole program. It returns the power of government in Mississippi back to the people. I spent too much time on it.
To them for the first time.
Yep.
That's a good statement. Very good statement.
Point 16, enact the State Fair Labor Standards Act to cover workers not protected by the Federal Fair Labor Standards Act, to provide a state minimum wage law, to establish maximum hours for a work week and to require overtime pay for hours worked in excess of this minimum. Point 17, amend state constitution to eliminate poll tax payments as a requirement to qualify to vote. And the final point, enact law requiring equal pay to women for work equal to that done by men. You realize that in this state, you have over 200,000 women employed in the workforce. Now, if these women follow the national average, they have 37% more schooling. No, let me be accurate. 37% of these women have finished high school. Among men, about 26% have finished high school. In other words, these women are better educated on a whole than the men are. They've demonstrated their abilities to hold jobs. Yet, the average woman employed today in Mississippi is making from 1/3 to 1/2 of what the average man is. Now, there are 26 states that have got laws requiring equal pay for women. This is the 18th and final point in the program. Now, as any of you will see, if you just look at it, this is not a labor program. I mean, this is not a narrow, selfish program just for the members of organized labor. This, in reality, is a program of progress for the whole state of Mississippi, because we believe that that which benefits the mass of people, the people of Mississippi, also benefits the AFL-CIO. Now, if you have read this, you will notice that in every one of these monetary issues, in the pages that follow, where we explain why they're needed, why each one of these points are needed, we consistently hammer home the fact that better workmen's compensation, that better unemployment insurance, that disability insurance, that equal pay for women, that the other monetary issues in here, in the final analysis, mean more business for the retail merchants, more profits for the retail merchants. The average per capita income of the people of Mississippi today is $1,002 per year less than the national average. Just about half, if you live in Mississippi, you got just about half to spend for the good things of life that the average person in this nation has got. Now that's bad enough as far as we are concerned. But what is it doing to the retail merchants in your localities? It's costing the retail merchants in this state, the fact that we've got half the income of the rest of the nation, it's costing them better than $1.5 billion a year in lost sales that they would be making if people had the money to buy with. Now this is a central theme that we are hammering home all the way through here. The theme to the retail merchant. The things that we are asking for here in the final analysis are going to benefit you, because it means that the people who earn salaries and wages in this state are going to have more money to spend in your store. Now we've lost these people in the past, and we've lost them for one reason: neglect. We never got our story over to them. The Chamber of Commerce reached them. They said labor means higher wages. But when did we say that labor and economic improvements in this state mean higher sales for you, more profits for you? We haven't told them the story. but we propose to do it in this program.
Wouldn't it be, you might say to the legislature when they're trying to get some money, if they had a same capital income in Mississippi, you say $2,000, which would actually mean $30 million in sales tax alone on the wages that people will get.
And as you go through, yeah.
As far as this program is concerned, and anywhere that it touches on labor, it is not for organized
That's
labor,
right.
because organized labor has achieved most of these aims. What I mean, we have in our contracts enough to almost bring most of us up.
Right.
But this is for the unorganized and for the labor who has no representatives, much more than it is for the highly organized, isn't it?
I think it is, and I think this, that it gives us something here that we can wear almost as a badge of pride. We can take this program and go before any group and be proud of what we are standing for. Because what we are standing for here is progress for Mississippi and the people of Mississippi. What we are opposing is the control of this state by a minority, which has gone on for years through the disproportion of the legislature, through the use of the poll tax to keep the vote in a minority. Now, from here on out in the rest of this white sheets, we give you the basic arguments, the basic reasons why the 18 points that we proposed here are needed. The reason we put that in there is so that you will have talking points when you go out and talk to the local unions or talk in your community about labor's program. You've got all the arguments there for it. Now, I know the question that's on some of your minds about now, well, Powell, this is fine, but aren't you dreaming a little? What chance have we got to get that legislature over there to enact a program like this? All right, that question deserves an answer. Our chances depend entirely on what we do. If we sit on our fannies, that legislature is not going to do any more than it's been doing in the past. But when you come to the 1963 election, you're going to have an opportunity like you've never had in the state before to elect a friendly governor and a friendly majority in the legislature. In the first place, for 1963, the people of the state are going to be so sick upon it, that they're going to welcome Coleman back. And I don't think there's any question in the minds of most people what Coleman's going to be the candidate for governor. Now, we have an opportunity to go to Coleman early, to lay before him a planned program, and a plan that we are going to finance it by, and to tell him what we propose to do. Now, Governor, how much of this would you go along with? You need a legislature in there to work with you to get your program through. You don't have any trouble getting money to finance your own campaign, but you are going to have trouble getting enough money to finance the campaign of various guys that you wanted elected to the legislature. We are going to have $40,000, $50,000 to put in these legislative races, to beat your enemies, to help elect your friends, if your friends will go along with some of the points in this program. Now, you don't have to take it all. We know you can't. We've got certain priority things in here. One of those priorities is the Department of Labor. And then we sit down and we do a little planning on these senatorial and legislative districts. The districts in this state fall into three categories. The first category is where we've got enough union membership, where the legislators are either friendly to us as they are in Jackson County, as I believe they are in Jones County, or where they should be friendly to us as they should be here in Jackson if we'd done a job. These would be the heavy labor counties. This is where we, by virtue of our membership, can elect, if we get out and do the job, a friendly legislator. Then the second class of counties are those counties in where we've got some membership, but we don't have enough, unless the election is close, to elect anybody. But there we can be the balance of power. If we can get fine candidates and get them in that race that can give a bad incumbent a close race, our vote could elect. And the third category of counties are those counties where we have few, if any, members that are predominantly rural counties, where you've got some guy in there that's been voting against you all these years. And he's been coming back to the legislature. But if you will sit down and study a lot of these rural districts, you will find that the reason that that guy's been coming back is because nobody's been running against him. And why has nobody been running against him? Because nobody came into the county, nobody in the county wanted to beat him bad enough to put up any money. And a young lawyer out of school doesn't have the money to finance a campaign. There are a lot of these rural counties where we don't have money that we could pick up candidates that might be elected if we had $500 to $1,000 to put in those campaigns. Yeah.
I'd like to say, part of that's a misconception. I found up in the legislature, a lot of times in these rural counties, we get more people voting for us than we do in our laboring counties.
But we do.
It's a crying shame what Jackson sends up there to the legislature. It's a crying shame what Adams County sends up there.
You see,
even my own representative voted for the right to work.
The reason that has happened, a lot of states have had that experience, but it's not a permanent condition, is that the industry in this state has been concentrating on the industrial counties. They haven't been fooling with this little rural legislator out here. But the moment that they see they need his vote, they will begin to fool with him. When he was left alone, he voted his conscience. So he voted with us a lot of the times. But remember, they can go in there with money, time, and effort. But now, let's take Sellers. Sellers is from a rural county up here. How much membership we got in Sellers' district?
Well, actually, you would, what is it, 100 votes controls whether it goes up there or not.
But the point I'm making is, guys of the same stripe Sellers is, from up here in North Mississippi, that have been coming back, where if a young fellow in that county, a young guy in law school, 2 or 3 years, will furnish some money, furnish this guy's record, a little advice, could either beat him or scare him to death. We have tremendous possibilities in the political end of this. Now, we stand a good chance if we can get the necessary funds with a friendly governor of picking up a friendly majority to many of these proposals in the state legislature. Now, I don't say we're going to get all 18 points. I don't think you are. But I think if we do this job, that we can get enough of this program to make it far, far more than worthwhile. Now, the section after the white section deals with the plan and strategy, or the thing that I was just talking about electing the legislature and the governor. The orange section here outlines a complete COPE program, beginning with the COPE committee in the central body, the Women's Activities Department in each central body, the precinct committees, the central card file, how that's established in the central body, the direct mail campaign to all AFL-CIO members from the state council office, the telephone squadrons, the poll tax and registration campaigns. And as you go on through that section, the offices and workrooms for the central body COPEs. We propose For every central body COPE that will set up a COPE office and workroom for its central card file for its Women's Activities Department, the State Council under this program will come in and furnish that, equip and furnish that COPE office or workroom. All that the local COPE has to do is to provide the space and to put personnel in there to man the COPE office, voluntary or paid, either one. We will pay for the equipment. Tom will come in there and help them set it up. All right. The next section of this program begins with a proposed public relations campaign. Now, when the 63 elections are over, under this plan, we immediately go into a public relations campaign for the purpose of selling to the public either the entire program or major points of priority proposals in this program. And how do we sell it to the public? That this will benefit the people of Mississippi. It will benefit the merchants of Mississippi. Now, if you will turn over here on this canary section to page 2, you will see that heading says, develop support of non-labor organizations for specific legislative proposals in the program of progress. And down here we list some of the non-labor organizations in this state that we can work with very closely that will support certain proposals in our program. The Mississippi Education and Parent Teachers Association will support legislation to raise the salary of Mississippi teachers and to provide state guaranteed loans for high school students. We know they'll support that. The State League of Municipalities will back our proposal for reapportionment of the legislature and might support a change of the primary elections from Tuesday to Saturday. They also might support the initiative in referendum. The League of Women Voters would likely support proposals for the reapportionment of the legislature, for the raising of the salaries of school teachers, for state guaranteed loans for college education, for a revision of the state tax laws, for the right of women to serve on juries, for initiative and referendum amendments to the state constitution, for civil service to the state employees, for equal pay for equal work for women, and the broadening and strengthening of child labor laws. The Business and Professional Women's Club is another that will join with us on these proposals for women. And oddly enough, the State Medical Association, if they are contacted, will publicly support most of our proposals on workmen's compensation. On a national level, the AFL-CIO has the support of the American Medical Association for its positions on workmen's compensation. So we can build around the state group support for some of these proposals. And then through a public relations campaign, through the use of billboards and every other media for reaching the public, we can generate a public understanding and support for the program. Lord says he's arranged for coffee at 11 a.m. So bear with me. Now the next section of this prospectus deals with the legislative action campaign. Now in a legislative action campaign, we visualize more in this program and in this plan than just a few legislative representatives representing local unions or state councils up on the hill going around to see various legislators, many of whom will pat them on the back and take a drink and accept stuff and then vote against it.
Good morning. Maybe this will be controversial. I don't think it will be. I ordered a set of these books or unions necessary with the thought of just stepping in amongst the membership of my local. After reading that book myself, I felt that a lot of good could be rendered by this council if we were to make that book available to the colleges and universities in the state with the compliments of the Mississippi Labor Council. And I've held those books until we had this meeting to find out if you wanted to authorize me to spend that much money. It was $120-something on that, I don't remember, but I paid for those books myself. If the council wants to reject it, I'll take them on my local union and put them in the hands where they'll be thrown in the corner somewhere.
How many are you proposing to the university? So many for the library, of course.
I would propose sending them to the universities for use in their libraries, and of course, we'll have to make a check and see how many colleges we got. At least we got the junior colleges too, you know.
You ain't got enough books for all.
We might not have enough books and might have to purchase more books if it meets with the approval of the council.
Mr. Chairman, if you run short, we have some that we're going to donate to Jones County, so that'll save you one junior college anyway.
One other question. I don't think there would be any question, but suppose this, some members of the Board of Education, or the Board of Education and Higher Learning would object to it, like the daughters of DAR on certain books they want to throw out. Is that a hurdle to overcome here? You know how reactionary some of them are.
I would say this is a gamble we take in it, that we will get a copy of the mailing addresses of all the colleges and the universities. We'll write a nice letter and send them this book with the compliments of the State Labor Council for their libraries. And if we get some of them back, then we'll have to use them someplace else. I don't know how else you want to do it. Now, in the meantime, we can discuss this matter with Tug. He might get his thing.
Oh, in other words, I don't think you'd have a question in Ole Miss and State, because I have been visited by some of their professors to discuss some things along that line. You wouldn't have any opposition there, you might, some of the junior colleges. I'll make a motion that,
I've been trying to get the table.
Well, when he get through, you can have it.
I was just gonna make a motion, but maybe he wants to talk after the motion.
Go ahead.
I'll make a motion to give Brother Ramsey authority or reimbursement for these books to distribute them through the...
Brother Hunter, would you mind too much just giving us authority to purchase enough books for the college?
It's all right.
We might have to
Also
buy
move, Brother Ramsey.
This book.
I'll second that motion.
We having a discussion on that motion. Brother Barnes, you want to know?
How many books did you want to send to the school?
One to the school. And of course, if we wind up with more, then we'll pick out some of the larger ones and possibly send them to.
I suggest that you check with different people, because like James says that he has some for Jones County, we have some over there at our Meridian Central Labor Union that we're intending to.
Before
give
you
to
order any
school
more
libraries.
books.
Before we buy any more?
Check and see how many
Yes.
have been, we put ours in high schools as the main thing we were shooting
I
for.
see. Okay.
I know there are quite a few here in Jackson too.
Tell you, that boy was quite a salesman. He sold a
Done
lot
a
of
good
books.
job,
So
didn't
much
he?
for the book and
He
stuff.
did charge me $120 for ours, so we got ours for $90-some.
Lord, we've got a few of those books down.
I'll have to go back and check that, but I know it's $120.
We may have.
I mean, I know the person that checks it back. We have any further discussion on this? Any further discussion? You're messing around with my money now, I got to get this one paid.
Got to sell that one, huh?
Any further discussion?
He gave me
All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. All opposed for the same sign.
Now, Mr. Chairman,
Motion carried and so ordered. Put it down in the minutes there by the secretary.
Mr. Chairman,
Ray, you gonna sign the bill? He's the guy that keeps them on. It's really good for me to say. I can't write a check. You haven't? Well, you in bad shape. That means we're saving.
man, sign
Where's
the
the
check.
check?
Lord,
Yeah.
you know, we could get in a good little
Let's
bit of
take
public
5 minutes
relations.
for coffee, huh?
we could get in a little public relations there if we would, clear with the DAR on the book and sell them on 92. I believe if you could get them to agree that that would be a,
I've come to the conclusion that the DAR considers Thomas Jefferson and Thomas Paine of being two of the biggest communists ever produced by this country. Am I right or am I wrong?
Well, they said them and Robin Hood, of course.
We're all checking with them about it.
I hear.
I wouldn't check
Did y'all
with
have
them.
sugar?
They don't check with us, do they?
Mr. Gardner?
I,
Well, I'll tell you
personally,
now,
I
I
don't see
think,
too much in the book anyhow. I've read it.
but,
What'd you say?
I don't see too much in the book myself.
well,
There's nothing, it's
So
all
people
right.
like you and
It's
I
history.
that
It's history.
understand the labor question, this book does not make too much in the people. But the people that don't have any knowledge of labor unions, this book, I believe, can have a big impact on their mind. Am I right or am I wrong?
That's the way that's the way
It
I
might do it if
I
you
read
get
the
them to
book
read it.
and
I
it
can't
didn't
even
really
get
tell
my
me
people to read it.
anything, see.
You
Well,
already
let me
knew
tell
that.
you about a little experience I had last summer. Of course, I think most of you know I took a leave of absence and went on an organizing campaign over in Hattiesburg. And during that time, I run into several boys out of Southern College, and at one time there was a boy and his wife working at the motel where I stayed, and he was studying industrial relations or something like that. And he wanted some books on my union or some union, so I went home and I brought a whole armload back, and I loaded him up, and I gave him a copy of this book, and he was very much impressed with this book. This was one reason that I felt it might do some good, see?
Well, I was only expressing my opinion, Claude.
Well,
In
now,
my
you
opinion,
like I
I
am. The book didn't impress
Didn't
me
mean
as far as
anything
my
to
own
me.
self is concerned, but a person that don't have any knowledge of the movement, I feel like it would. One thing in connection with the convention that Ray and I thought maybe the board might want to give some consideration to, and that was possibility of holding an extra day and hold a forum on this Landon Griffin thing. Now we know that quite a few of the international unions have already held forums, and that nobody, at least not very many people, have yet decided just exactly what the correct interpretation of this law is. And it might be ill-advisable at this time for the council to hold such a forum. That was actually where we wound up with it. But due to the fact that there had been a series of forums held, we felt that maybe the council here might want to at least consider the thing and possibly make a decision one way or the other. And we felt we should bring that up at this meeting.
Mr. Chairman,
About
I think most of these international unions that have held these forums have held them with the idea in mind of interpreting that law as it applied to that individual trade. And I know that was true in mine. I attended it in Chicago. And
you go right ahead. I'm going to get some more coffee.
it might be that the interpretation they put on it didn't go far enough to cover the other organization.
Go right ahead. I'm like the
But,
son in Hattiesburg. I'm still listening.
Even then, they were undecided on some facets of the thing, and we haven't got a final answer from them on some phases of it as yet, so I would think it's a little premature now.
Well, that was actually the conclusion that we came to, and we're not making this as a recommendation or a request or anything, because we recognize that as being a definite fact. And as you stated, most of the international unions are trying to interpret this law in respect to their own constitutions and their own operation. But there have been some councils sponsored this type of a forum, and we wanted to find out whether or not you thought it was the proper thing or the proper time or not. And if you think it is, and we'll consider in that light, if you think it's premature, that maybe we should leave it alone, then that's all right.
well, let me ask the question. We'd have to bring in some people that was qualified to discuss it, certainly, such as Paul Barker,
That's who we had.
people like that.
That's who we had.
Let me ask,
Chairman, wanna ask you something else then. Has the Department of Labor issued any word yet as to whether or not they have decided on the interpretation of it?
They call it.
Our last word from the
Yeah.
Department of Labor is that they are not ready to say that they interpret anything as in its interpretation.
Well, they call a meeting and then call it off, so that's where they are. So, I mean, it's really a confused situation.
Claude, they apparently are in the same situation
Yeah.
because the luncheon that we hold up here every month,
Mhm.
I've been trying to get Johnny Levis up here ever since the law was enacted.
Yeah.
Johnny and all regional directors of the board are under orders not to speak on that bill anywhere.
I see.
Period.
Then, in your opinion, it would be ill-advisable for the council to go into this thing at this time, is
I
that
think
correct?
so.
I think
Basically,
anything that you got would be strictly
Yeah.
an opinion of a lawyer.
One-
And you can get 12 lawyers
One
together to
man's
get 12
opinion.
opinions.
That's right, that's where we are with it.
Well, I had one thing, though, how does it affect the central body?
It don't.
It doesn't affect in any way, that's what I want to find
No,
out.
sir.
That was my understanding, but I wasn't sure.
Mr. Chairman,
Brother Vaughn?
you wanna keep this in mind. As long as the federal government hadn't decided exactly what they passed,
Mhm.
we'd certainly be foolish to come in and say we know what it is.
All right, that's good enough for me. That's about the conclusion I've come to anyhow.
So let us, let them make the decision first.
Of course, there's some parts out
Well,
of
if that's the opinion of the board and that's the direction you wanna move in, it might possibly do us all some good to take some action in this direction, because I've had people ask me why the council doesn't hold a meeting on this particular matter. Now, if you take action, yeah, then we go back and tell them why, when they come up and want to know. This is the reason we haven't done it. The board considered it. The motion was adopted not to hold a forum until the law was interpreted and we knew where we were. So, I mean, that's where I find myself. Right?
Great. And then I think if you want it, you can get Tom Harris out of the National
Mm-hmm.
Legal Department anytime you want it.
In my
If you
opinion,
want.
he would be much better than
Of course,
anybody
there's
else.
some
There
parts of
wouldn't be
it
no
you better
cause to
comply
bring
with
it.
right now.
No cost.
Form, fine, that's what I know.
Well,
Chairman,
yes.
I make a motion that as soon as we can get the National Labor Relations Board to give us an interpretation of their part and ours in it, that we hold a forum.
All right.
I think that'll postpone it a long time.
Might do it.
I would like to,
We get a second
made
to that
a
motion?
didn't
We get a second to this motion.
you? Second motion.
Okay. Motion before the house.
I wasn't gonna talk about that,
You what?
not the motion particularly.
Any
no.
discussion on the motion?
Does this mean that, just as soon as we get,
Do you mean that by your
And then
motion?
as soon as it's feasible,
next convention?
yeah, something
Not all
like
the
that.
special
In other words,
convention part.
we want something to tell our people and tell them, well, we've got a motion, we're going to hold that as soon as the government decides what it's done.
All right, we have any discussion on the motion? You don't mean that if the board renders a decision and takes a position tomorrow that we then turn around and immediately call a convention and we'll call
No,
a convention,
No,
at our convenience, that's what you mean. Okay, any further discussion? Not all in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. All opposed for the same sign.
Well, do you reckon he'll come down with opinion before?
Motion carried and so ordered.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to make a motion that, in the event the Labor Board makes a ruling or interpretation of the law, that at the time a seminar or a conference is, or forum is held on this, that you ask Tom Harris, Assistant Counsel to Art Goldberg, to appear at this forum to thoroughly discuss this to our membership. I think he's the most capable man in the country.
He's Assistant General Counsel of AFL-CIO.
Well, he'd be appropriate if we could get him. You wanna offer a motion that
I
when
made-
and if the
When and if,
time
that's why I
arises.
made the motion.
I'll
That's,
second the motion.
Call his name again?
Tom Harris.
Tom Harris.
Yes, assistant to Art Goldberg.
No,
No.
he's Assistant General Counsel
Yeah,
of AFL-CIO.
Assistant General Counsel of AFL-CIO.
All right. We got a second to that motion. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carried and so ordered.
One more thing I would like to point out here in the form of a statement that I guess all of you know, that let's not forget one thing, that there has been one true fact established by this law, that it has now become a federal crime for anybody to jump on anybody. Assault is a federal crime if you're a union official, and you're subject to a prison term and a large fine. But it is not a federal crime for anyone in management to jump on you or as an employee and beat hell out of you anytime they desire. See, just don't forget that. And after you have been convicted of such federal crime as an assault, or even defending yourself if somebody jumps on you, well, you cannot serve as an officer of any local union anymore.
You got a bill introduced in the House up
Farther than that,
Yeah.
it's, you can see, in other words, if you conspire with somebody, if you sit down here having a cup of coffee with somebody, they talk about it, then you're guilty of it.
Boy, it's got a lot of ramifications.
We'll have a lot of people serving a lot of time in jail for it, so I'm convinced of that.
Well, age took care of that on me, so I didn't need the law. Used to, I might have gotten in trouble about it.
Mr. Chairman, I would like, since you're kind of in a round discussion and suggestions, I would like to suggest that Brother Smith Hart and you, if possible, to secure his appearance, invite Al Barkin to the state convention to give us a speech, and make it a little hotter than the one did in Louisiana, will you?
Well, it'll be Al will be in Portland, Oregon at the time of our convention.
Yeah,
Well, I hate that.
We've already
We had already contemplated that.
We talked to Al.
Talked to him already about that. You know, we were thinking in your same direction. I'm satisfied if all of our people could hear him make one address that they'd go out and turn this state upside down. That's the way I feel about it.
Make an effort.
Yeah.
They've heard it.
It's worth the trip.
Yeah, but not like he was in Louisiana.
It's worth the trip to one of these things just to hear him. So I'd advise all of you, the next time they have one of these here conferences, attend it, because it's worth the trip to hear Al Barkin lay it on the line one time. I want you to know he done one of the best jobs I ever seen over there. Really did.
Don't forget though, that speech he made for us, when was 2 years ago?
Yeah.
That was one of the finest speeches we've ever had in the state convention.
Well, I'm saying.
I never heard him make a bad one.
I never heard him make a bad one. No, but it's worth the trip. Huh?
He's great.
He's all great.
He saved that Baton Rouge outfit.
Now, Ray, what else have we got here now that we've got to take care of? We had a couple of loose ends there a while ago. Things that have been referred over to from the executive council to the board. Incidentally, while we trying to run all this stuff down, Brother Knight was elected to attend the Southern Labor School Conference in Louisville, and I was sent to the AFL convention, and I feel that possibly I should at least give you a brief report on that convention. And I'll sum mine up in just a few words. This convention, of course, is very educational, but it appeared to me that the movement itself made one great attempt to unify the movement above all else. I'm satisfied that a lot of you saw what the press done to this Randolph thing and the conflict that was created there between he and me, and of course they blew it up. out of proportion, but it all added up to this, that Randolph placed himself in a position that he felt that a small group of people that he was trying to speak for, that they should be considered above the rest of the movement, and Meany took exception to his viewpoint, and that's where the difference arose. And even some of the stronger proponents of Randolph's view in the movement sided with Meany on this question because they recognized that the movement itself couldn't afford at this time to be split down the middle over any such issue as this. And there was a concerted effort in this convention to pull the movement together. That, to me, was the most important thing that existed in this convention. The other thing that I think is very much importance to the group here is the fact that there's a great deal of concern throughout the state labor councils with the lassitude or the indifference on the part of a great number of international unions concerning the state labor councils. And I was absolutely astounded at the number of people in that convention that was so greatly concerned over this question of affiliation with the state labor councils. And had this matter been put really on the floor and put a lot of people on the spot, it's a question in my mind of what maybe it might have passed. In other words, making it mandatory on the part of the international unions to compel their local unions to affiliate with these local councils. Of course, the committee that handled this thing came up with a substitute. And it took a lot of doing to kill it down and pass this substitute because there's a lot of people there riled up. And this is the reason for it. The big majority of the program that's being adopted by the AFL-CIO is being placed in the hands of the labor councils for implementation. Yet we find a great number of international unions that are indifferent to the state councils. They're not doing the work that they should do about educating their members about the necessity of affiliating with these labor councils. Yet they turn around and insist that we carry out a program that they adopt, and that's exactly what it adds up to. And there was a lot of hard feelings there on the part of people that are representing the labor councils. There was a conference called one night, immediately after this heated debate on this question, and by George, it looked to me like we had about half of that convention in this conference. Now, Miller, the legislative representative, called this meeting and presided over it, and he had Cruikshank and one or two more there with him. And the thing almost got out of hand because all these people wanted to do was to raise holy hell about the fact that we had some international unions that wasn't doing the job that they should do, and it's turning around and putting all this work on the councils back. Now the end result of that was simply this, that they did call a meeting to consider this matter, and Ray attended this meeting. I wasn't able to attend the meeting that was called for this purpose. And out of all of this, a man responsible for this particular problem was set up, a department was set up to handle it. And Stanton Smith over here, the president of the Tennessee Labor Council, has been appointed as head of that department. And it's quite possible that we might get a little bit more action and cooperation out of some of the international unions in the future that we haven't in the past. We don't know, but an effort is being put forth in that direction. I knew that y'all would be interested in that. Ray, you might want to enlighten them a little bit more on this conference you attended here and in connection with the subject.
It was a 3-day conference in Washington for all the state presidents and secretaries to attend. There was 46 states represented at this conference. It got pretty hot there. In other words, some of them commented on it. Some of the staff people, they say, well, this is the first time I ever seen him in opposition to Meany. Usually, you know, they kind of cater along with him. But a lot of these presidents from these other states got pretty riled up in this meeting here. But they agreed to set up, as Claude said, this department will be an assistant to Meany. In other words, he won't have anything else to work with except state labor councils and central bodies. And he will advise with Meany and Schnitzler on this. And each year, of course, they got the program be sent out later on, but they said each year the state body will have to send in a financial statement to the AFL-CIO and the affiliated local unions, and the number that they paid the capital tax on, and also the number of local unions that's not affiliated with the councils. And in turn, they're going to follow this up with the international union. Of course, it'd probably maybe take another convention with AFL-CIO to compel some of these organizations to compel their local union to affiliate. I don't know, but they're working towards that now. That's about the extent of it, except Stanton Smith was appointed. In other words, he's concerned over. Stanton was the president of the Southern Labor School and also president of the Tennessee State Labor Council.
You want to enlighten a little about the session you're...
Well, I might say just a few words, Claude. I attended this meeting in Louisville, the 18th and 19th, two-day session. Conducted under the supervision of John Connors, the AFL-CIO Education Director, and his two assistants, George Guernsey and John Cosgrove. Of course, we had present there various, I think Mississippi was the only state, incidentally, that only had one representative. I was a lone wolf from Mississippi. And I might add that there, Mr. President, is where I gained some knowledge of the difference in the financial situation of the Mississippi Labor Council and our councils in the neighboring states. When I found out that these other states, for instance Alabama, had 7 or 8 full-time people and the program that they have and have the manpower and the finances to carry on, made me feel rather bad. We had various educational directors, for regional educational directors for various international unions, and educational directors from 1 or 2 of the state. For instance, one example was the Kentucky State Labor Council has a full-time educational director. And of course that again made me feel just a little bit bad. We had 2 or 3 regional educational directors from the International Association of Machinists. One of the Amalgamated Clothing Workers educational director for the out of the St. Louis office was that. And of course, as most of you know, that have been to these conferences, we had some very good speeches. And of course, the Education Department out of Washington had various literature that they mail out to state councils and the international unions and what have you. These educational directors, of course, in some very lengthy speeches, advanced to us some of the programs that they use in international unions on the state level and the district level and what have you. And then on the afternoon of the first day, the meeting broke up into 3 different groups. John Connors taking the group interested in the education as far as the local central bodies were concerned. George Guernsey taking the group interested in educational on the international level. And of course John Cosgrove taking the group interested in education as far as the state councils were concerned. Of course I was in that group, and we talked for about 2 hours there, back and forth, pro and con, by and large, as the old saying goes, by various educational programs on the state level. And actually there was no decision arrived at as far as a decision is concerned. Here's one thing that I asked, that I put out there to the group discussing the education on the state council level. I asked John Cosgrove this, that I didn't see why the international unions and the National AFL-CIO couldn't cooperate in a weekend educational institute, or a week-long educational institute for that matter, where whatever arrangements could be made to fit the situation, the locality. That seemed to me like that, of course, we do have some classes in these schools that certainly where in your industry, your international unions, this particular thing would vary, like shop stewarding classes. You know and I know that a shop steward and clothing plant duties is not like shop steward in the steel mill or in the paper mill or what have you. So to make a long story short, this was my suggestion, that these schools would be conducted jointly by the international unions operating in the state and the National AFL-CIO Education Department, that the morning session would be conducted in matters that would more or less pertain to all labor. For instance, workman's compensation, any of the other statewide or nationwide subjects, laws, what have you. Then in the afternoon, your shop steward classes and other subjects which would vary from one industry and one international union to the other would split up, and certainly your teachers could split up then and teach these on the international level. And of course they agreed that that sounded all right, but actually, I mean, it wound up just that way. I mean, you gain a lot of information, but the trouble about it is the people that really need to hear it wasn't there. But again, the thing that impressed me about this was that Mississippi only had one little measly knothead there, wherein most of the other states had from 1 to a dozen. And it really made me feel bad. It all comes right back to this financial situation that we've been talking about here all day. It was a very interesting conference. Certainly we needed more people there too.
Incidentally, we felt that our educational vice president needed education. That's the reason we said it.
Well, I learned a lot. That's true. I learned a lot. That's right.
Well, that's saying, am I right in assuming that he will make this report in the form of a written report for the delegates in the convention?
I think so. Might say this, that I'm gonna, when we get all this stuff together and start developing this program, and it's highly possible that a place on this program will be designated for these people. And if that's not possible, I will notify them and expect them at least get a written report out. Okay? Depends on where we are as far as time's concerned.
We'll expect a report, either oral or written, from each of those 3 delegates.
Right.
We're trying to fill this program up.
Which 3 delegates are you talking about?
Ramsey, Smith, Hart.
We're expecting Brother Ramsey to comply with the Constitution, which says he shall give written reports of his activities.
So you will have a written report.
And the report shall be in memorandum copies and supplied to the delegates, and I certainly feel
I'm
that.
going to tell the convention what all the Backwoods hadn't been doing.
Well, I mean, on those trips, though, we want a detailed report on those trips they made.
Mr. President, there's one other thing I'd like to mention that was very interested in connection with this conference tonight. They showed these films. George Guernsey had 3 films with him. One of them was some shots of the strike over in Henderson, North Carolina, which has been a very long, rugged fight there, and certainly it would, I think, inspire the very coolest union members we have if they could see that film. Then another was Ray, I'm sure this has something to do with your own international, the rubber workers, new film, this business about John Doe, the president having a rough time. I mean, it was very, very inspiring. I wish that everybody in Mississippi could see these films.
And it reminded you of Hattiesburg.
That's right.
Well, they also, it was interesting to know, of course, they told us in Baton Rouge about the Henderson strikers. There's over 1,000 that they contributed 100% to coke. But said a lot of them, the women had to go out and then they say watch for people or do something, and the men went out and picked cotton. That they got their quota, each one got their quota, $1 a quota.
I'll tell you something that burned me up. This picture showed them shots out of state police clubbing them strikers. They knocked the heck out of somebody. Run up there and jump out of patrol cars with them blackjacks and things, and just like you would grab a wild bull or something by the horn. I mean, that'll burn you up.
I know what you mean.
I tell you, that's terrible country up in there. I spent some time in South Carolina, just below the North Carolina line this last summer. People up there, the newspapers, textile industry, they got 2 strikes against them to begin with. That's
let's take that. we kick it around a little bit. We've got something here that we think we should discuss with y'all. At this Baton Rouge meeting, a meeting was called of the officers of the Labor Council in connection with the congressional elections coming up. Mike Devitt and Al Barkin and those fellows wanted our opinion as to what the possibilities were in the forthcoming elections here. And we gave them what we thought was, as far as we knew, our accurate opinion on the situation. And we feel right now, from the knowledge that we have, that there's a possibility of having contest in at least 3 of the congressional elections coming up. Now, I'm gonna leave it there, turn it over to Ray and let him take it.
Well, you know, in our congressional races here, it's just a matter if you ever be elected, you just about appointed for life. And our people, actually, we don't never have a candidate out. Of course, most all of them oppose all of our congressmen. They should. But the national office is disturbed over it, and we ought to be disturbed too, because there's never a candidate got out in opposition. I'm talking about John Bell, Arthur Winston, and the rest of them. Bill Calmer thrown in. For the past 2 or 3 months, now I've been working, you know, to try to pick up who might be wanting to run for Congress in different districts. And I've talked to 3 different people that's interested in it. But of course, if you know anybody's going to run against these people, the finances are going to have to come from us, because the management group has got the best ones in there that can be gotten. So they ain't, you know, they ain't going to change horses. I went to Meridian and I talked to Thamus Stevens. He sent me word to come talk to him, that he was interested in running for Congress against Arthur Winston. Thamus served 12 years in the legislature in Jackson, has a perfect record, you might say. And he is actually, he don't back up because everybody else is against him. Just to show you one case in 1948, what Thamus did. That was in a special session. When you remember when the Democrat delegation walked out of Philadelphia in 48, well, they held a special session. There was a resolution proposed and it was adopted. That, in other words, they commented the delegation, the Feeling Right delegation, from walking out of the Democrat convention, supporting a 3rd candidate. Thamus Stevens was the only one in the House of Representatives to vote against that motion, and he went on record as opposing it. Now you can see what he would have, 139 up there, and he was only one. Now he stands up for principles. He says he's a Democrat, but not a Democrat because his daddy was, or his granddaddy was. Said Herbert Hoover made him a Democrat. He wants our support. He said, of course, he had a little money saved up, and he's willing to sacrifice some of it, but he'd like to have all our people to get behind him that could. He is a member of the Farm Bureau, but don't take this that he is one of the old guard of that. He is not a big wheel. He's just a little county person in it. He is the manager of the Lauderdale County Co-op. He has a lot of friends at the Farm Bureaus in different counties. Now, all these county Farm Bureau presidents is not opposed to us because we have some very favorable to us. Of course, they pass resolutions at the convention opposing Social Security and everything else that we stand for. Red can tell you the same thing, that we had a president of the Farm Bureau was up there helping us probably against the workers' compensation. I forget the guy's name from Jasper County. You might know it. But we also had Boswell Stevens and the big wheels up there lobbying, you know, for them. So in other words, the Farm Bureau don't exactly, all of them go along with this. And he said that he can swing a big block of them against Arthur Winston.
Ray, in connection with that, I'd like to tell you that I'm understanding that Judge Billy Gunn is ready too.
Yes, I understand that, but we hadn't talked. I understand that Billy wants to run, but that's 2 possible candidates in the 5th district. In the 2nd district, we have one that's indicated he would run. I've talked to him some. He's interested, and if he could get enough support, we don't have much labor in the 2nd district, but he's very interested. He held a meeting, he told me, in the southern end of his district of 3 counties, a kind of a get-together meeting, and they encouraged him to run, and they pledged $500 at this meeting. if he would run, but of course he said I have to feel out the northern part of the district. Now I'm speaking of Hugh Bailey from Winona, the senator that rode the donkey from Winona to Jackson, if you remember. He got a lot of publicity. He was in Life magazine. He also was on television in Hollywood. In the 4th district, we've got a young fellow by the name of Bill Higgs. Fact of business that he's writing some bills for us. He wrote one on the elections, and he has a bill here on minimum wage in Mississippi. He worked with us over in the legislature, and he knows all these young boys that went to Ole Miss and some of the other schools, and he's prevailed upon those people, in other words, support our cause. Bill don't have no money. In other words, he's only been in practice for 18 months. And he's willing to run on the issues. Facts of business, he went to the Cope Convention in Baton Rouge to find out what the issues are. And I think he ought to know now. And he says he'll run on the minimum wage, the Social Security, and other legislation, the bread and butter issues that don't get to the people. Now, we had a candidate in 6th District, you know. He didn't actually run on a platform that we'd like for him to run on. But Higgs says he will run on the platform of the people. In other words, the welfare of the people, and he'll disregard the silk stocking district. But he don't have any money either, because in other words, we got to support him. Of course, we got down to talk about how much would it cost. He said $5,000 or $6,000. You know, of course, he's never been in a campaign. He don't know what he's talking about. But we have a problem, you see. In other words, if we go out, the officers of the council or the district courts go out and promote these candidates, they are violating their constitution and bylaws, because we are precluded from doing any of this until after the deadline for qualifying. Now, the deadline for qualifying is June the 24th, which our candidate, if we had one, should be in the field way before then. And we have to do work to get our membership behind him and support it. We got a serious problem there, but I don't know what we can work out with it. But if we can get any of these people to run against any of these congressmen that's in office now, that we ought to get behind them 100% and get our people behind them and give these people some opposition. And maybe we can get both sides of the story across to them. Well, that's the thing we're facing today.
May I ask a question? What about the 6th district?
Can't find nobody.
We don't know for sure yet what's going to develop down there. That's the reason I told you 3 that we feel reasonably sure. Now, I feel reasonably sure that there will be a contest down there, but at this present time, I don't know for sure. I know
somebody ought to run against him. If it's you or Tom Knight or
I know that we've got
somebody ought to oppose him.
I know we've got about 16 people standing at the leash down there waiting for him to die, kick the bucket, but whether
that's what I know, but those
come out and oppose him right now, I don't know. That's what that situation is. Now, I hadn't seen Boris Holloman in the last 6 months, I guess.
I saw him about
and the last time I talked to him, he wouldn't commit himself one way or the other. He's trying to play it close to the best, I think. He might mess around and play it too close.
Well, I'd like to ask this. Anybody got any solution to this problem we're talking about? Are we going to field a candidate we got to get behind?
Now, yeah, guess what Ray's getting at. Now, let's be honest about it. Ray, particularly as director of political activities, doesn't want to get caught in a position and be hung on a technicality that he was urging somebody to oppose one of the incumbent congressmen whenever it took action on the part of a convention to do that. I feel that all of us are in agreement that the Constitution and the provisions notwithstanding, that we recognize the fact that all of these congressmen are deserving of defeat. And as far as I'm personally concerned, I'll overlook this violation of the Constitution that might be incurred.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask a question here, or make a statement, or just talk, if you please?
Just
I
talk.
probably won't say anything. Of course, I know that every congressman Mississippi's got, including them 2 empty pair of pants in the Senate, need be. But I'm wondering, with our limited ability, financially and otherwise, what would be wrong with picking out the district in which we think we've got the best timber, the best candidate against the present guy. and put our talent and time and resources in that district in an effort to maybe eliminate one of these cusses. If we could get one, I think we'd be done a day's work. And not try to scatter our little concentration, our little financial ability all over maybe the 4 or 5 or all the 6 districts. Now, what would be wrong with that? If we've got one district, one district where we think we got the best timber, the best possible chance of defeating the guy, and then concentrate all of our talent and all of our resources on that district rather than just do a slam around job in all the districts maybe, and then let them all go back to Washington the big way. Seems to me it'd be the best.
We don't have enough Coke dollars.
I will say this, I'll say this, that this matter will be given a lot of consideration before any actual action is taken. And all we did was gave them our opinion as to what the existing situation was. Now, I'm more or less in agreement with you that that might be the better approach because of the financial cost, and it can serve this purpose. Last time we took out after Bill Common, scared the hell out of him. This time maybe if we take out after another one, we'll scare the hell out of them. It's going to get them to thinking, and there's none of these people lack opposition. And opposition of the nature that we've been giving them has its good effect. They begin to change their approach on a lot of questions. You follow me? Now, we're not asking you to make a decision on this thing. We're just trying to give you a report as the situation exists, where it is, and the problems that we're faced with. And then if some of us get out here and encourage somebody to run, we don't want you to bring this Constitution out here and say we're in violation of it.
It's not exactly a violation of the state constitution. Now, it's in the 6th district and the 4th is the only one you can violate because there's not any of these others. Now, in the 5th district, you wouldn't be violating anything because you can go out there and endorse one now because you don't have a code constitution in the 5th district. But in the 4th and the 6th, you would have.
Ray, let me ask you this, Mr. Chairman, if it's all right with you. At this point, having visited a couple or so of these districts and talked to a possible candidate or two, in your opinion, from what you know at this stage, which district would you think we'd have the best chance in, knowing the situation?
5th, I imagine, wouldn't it?
Mm-hmm. Do you have any idea? Could you make a statement along that line?
Your best bet right now, situation for what it is, the candidates that we, the proposed candidates.
Knowing the guy and
the best chances in the Meridian area.
Yeah, both those men are good men, both of them are.
Yeah, you've got 2 good
Gunn
candidates.
and Stevens.
And
Gunn is more popular than
outside of
Stevens.
Slavery, and we do have a fairly good membership.
Winstead the weakest?
I said Winstead's the weakest man from.
Yeah, that's where you.
That's your best bet right now. If you can get a candidate out of the 2 that was named here, both of those people appeal to people outside of our ranks, and incidentally, that area over there is one of our most liberal areas in the state, and they're more sympathetic with the labor movement as a rule in a lot of areas, and that includes my own area down there. I don't know why it is, but organized labor hadn't yet got to be the big bad boys in that territory they are in some of the places. And that in itself is good. That's a compliment, is it not?
Well, you're going to have to get money
To
from
Brother
both.
Barnes, he was asking me how we rated over there.
I knew it, I saw just a nod there.
Well, the idea I have on this, we're going to have to go out and sell these local unions. We're going to have to finance this.
We're going to have to raise some money.
In other words, it'd be hard to go up here in the 3rd district, you know, and tell the 3rd district, now we want you to kick in money. Of course, they should, but it's hard to say. Kick in money over here for in the 5th district, or the 6th, or the 4th. But the people in that district, you know, when you point to their congressman, in other words, they're more apt to kick in money for it. Now, this is actually money to that individual's campaign, not to someone else. That was his individual campaign. And I believe we'd have a better response from it if we would go to the locals in that district.
We'll have to initiate a program on dollars for Gunn or dollars for Stevens. and sell it on that basis.
Yeah.
That can be done. We've got somebody that's in that direction, but it's gonna take a job. I tell you, I got a little bit disappointed in the drive we made, 6th District. We didn't get the participation out of the leadership that we should have, and there was only a handful of us actually that made personal contributions to that campaign, so we're gonna have to find another approach. We're gonna have to find something to sell.
Well, now you gotta
The rank
consider
fireman.
too, we were just like we were in this governor's race last summer, that was the first shot. And people had got used to the idea of labor coming out like that and working. And I think each time we do it, it's gonna improve some. I know it was a change in the 6th District. We got more help after, on the governor's race than we had in the congressional race. I mean, it improves each time. I mean, I don't think it hurt us to come out either place. I mean, because it's getting people in the idea that we are doing.
Yeah, and remember this, in the 6th District, you were helping a man who was scared of your happiness. He didn't want you to put it in the open.
Yeah, he didn't want us to get out.
He was like these boys we was trying to help let go.
Yeah.
Hollering, come on, but Lord God, don't let nobody see.
That might be the case with Billy Gunn, I don't know. He has always been a good labor man. Now, I know Thema Stevens would welcome our help openly, but I'm not sure about Billy, if he'd welcome it openly or not, I don't know. We'd have to find that out.
Well,
I believe I can,
Yeah, he's a
I
good
believe
man.
That's what I was talking about.
I believe I can answer this, that Judge Gunn,
He's good.
he would accept it just as openly as we'd give it, because any man that'll get on the Senate floor and fight the right to work law like he did.
He's
We'll
good,
see.
and he's
Well,
popular.
that's good,
See, he's
man.
more popular than Stevens.
Well,
He's
he's
got a
Yes,
better
sir.
personality.
Yes, sir. He's much more popular.
Smarter.
Well, the thing for us to do is to try to get the two of them together and let one of them, let them
Come
make
on
up their
out.
mind
Well,
which
Famous,
one's gonna run.
Famous told me he wouldn't run if anybody else did. He did tell me that.
Well, that might be the solution for us to discuss this matter with the two of them and ask them to get together and decide which one's gonna make the race and throw everything we got towards the other. Now, Stevens is a man that you've said he is and has a connection he has, and he should be able to help us some there also, even if he's not running himself.
Yes.
I'll go farther and tell you what he has done. He ain't just only been talking, he's done a lot of work. He has went into the counties, you know, and tried to pick up as many as Garton and Barnett's campaign workers in these counties as he can. He's got a list of them, and he's visited. He has the women's director for Barnett already working for him in Meridian, and he was going to get the lady that worked for Garton, and also the other people. Now, he's been doing some work here in the last month or two on this thing. Now, he was serious about it, but he did say this, said another candidate come out that I could support, you know, there'll be an opposition to Arthur Wentz, of course, anybody, but I think he would support Billy Gunn, but I'm not saying that he will withdraw. But he did indicate that some other good candidate would come out, he would run. But he's gone a long ways. He's done made a lot of preparations.
All right, let's see.
Yeah.
We've got a couple of more items here now.
Let me add a little to that,
All right.
Brother Chairman. To try to get to the rank and file and get them to recognize what they're facing in every area, don't forget to remind them that the Mississippi Manufacturers Association legislative program, the main program is adopted as this, and they're with the slogan that the way to improve labor relations and improve the economic conditions and bring more industry in Mississippi is to entice more management personnel to get in politics. And even local areas sit down on their fanny and not do nothing. I read here from a report and says Reed, MEC Committee on Compensation. Tom Reed, Johns Manville Corporation, Natchez, has been appointed a member of the Workmen's Compensation Committee of the Mississippi Manufacturers Association. It has been announced by R.H. Busby McComb, Mississippi President of the Manufacturers Group. The MMA, with headquarters in Jackson, represents more than 600 manufacturing firms in Mississippi and is recognized as the voice of industry. Its work includes public affairs, industrial training and education, public relations, occupational safety, group insurance, and retirement. Mr. Reed will assist in planning the programs and activities of the association during 1960. That is legislative and workmen's compensation program. To go a little further than that, Mr. Reed is now a member of the Board of Aldermen in Natchez, Mississippi. And these boys ought to be real proud of themselves electing the management personnel to help run the affairs of the city. So they can sit down if they want to. They'll just, all of us, I'll say this, it Reed's not another John Junkin, but somebody's going to have to get on the ball. Better keep reminding them.
I'd like to,
Figured you would.
I'd like to say a little in connection with that, and permitting what he's talking about. One of the city aldermen got elected to a county office, and had to have a special election. And Reed run, along with, I forget how many more. Nobody that was very well known that run against him. By the way, it wasn't in my ward either. But just prior to his running for the Board of Aldermen, they come up with this extending the city limits. And Tom Reed fought that heavy. He didn't want to extend the city limits. And he got himself a lot of publicity doing it. And then turned around and run for the Board of Aldermen and got elected.
Thanks. The reason behind that was that it would include the Manville Corporation and raise the taxes.
Yeah, it would take them in.
Right.
All right, let's get on with things we got. What else you got there, Ray? We got this,
I'm still not satisfied with this congressional.
what do you want?
I don't know what it is. I just want like some solution now. I'm serious about this thing when I'm talking about getting a candidate out against them. And
Mr. Chairman, I feel that the scope director of the state is well within the bounds of authority to canvass the area, the congressional district, and find out what's happening there and what could happen. And I feel that that's the type of work that he's doing there. And that he will be in a position when that date comes.
Yeah.
With an understanding all along the line is he's moving now. That the recommendation then can be made, because the Coke Constitution says that we're not going to recommend or work for anybody until that convention, isn't it?
That's right.
And it doesn't say anything about encouraging candidacy or investigating the possibilities of a candidacy. He'll not be our candidate until Coke's convention.
That's right.
And the convention itself.
You don't want to be our official, you can't take any official action now.
In connection with the problem he's got, I want to give you a little example of some of the things that we're confronted with and possibly the answer to this particular problem. The Teamsters Union, as all of us know, has been kicked out of the AFL-CIO. Yet we know that in a number of communities that we have some good Teamsters unions, local unions, that in the past have done a magnificent job, and they've been working with the movement on a local level. And they're inclined to want to do that right on. Now, this, of course, is in violation of the Constitution of the National Organization. Yet I know that this exists, and that the people at the top of the organization, where they're placed on a spot having to make a decision on it, will have to cite the Constitution. Yet unless they're placed on the spot, they simply turn their back and say, you boys run your affairs, that's the best way to do it in your opinion, you continue doing it in that direction. So I simply say this to Ray in this fashion, that we know that we've got some congressmen that need defeated, and even though we have a constitution in some of these Coke areas that prohibits an endorsement that as far as we're concerned, and as far as I'm concerned, I'm gonna turn my back on him possibly and fracturing this Constitution about encouraging somebody to run. I think, by George, he needs to be encouraged. And that I myself, and feel that this board here, will come to his defense if anybody tries to hang this thing around his neck. I don't think it's anything to be worried about. Get out here and encourage people to run that need defeated. If we got some friends in here, tell them what the situation is. We can't give you any public endorsement yet. We have to follow this formality. But I know that our members are opposed to this peck of wood, and I feel that when they do meet, that you'll get their endorsement or their encouragement and let it go at that. Ain't that solution enough? What do we need?
I would like to go on record and say I defended myself.
Ray, what else do we need? How can you approve
Well,
that?
I'd like to hear what Frida has to say about that.
I was taking some notes and I didn't catch the first part of that.
What's that, Frida?
Well, he says he'd like to hear what I feel about it, and I was writing down some notes here on this other deal, and I
Are you
didn't
just writing down notes? Well, I simply said this,
catch the first part of your statement.
that we have some conditions existing in this movement that's in relation, I use the Teamsters Union as an example. Right in Arkansas, well, let's use that as an example. The president of the Arkansas Labor Council was a Teamster. When the Teamsters were kicked out, the Arkansas boys over there had been working with this group, didn't turn their backs on them, they continued working with them. Well, that in itself is a violation of the Constitution. And if somebody comes along and insists that the Constitution be complied with, George Meany is going to have to issue an order or instructions to desist in this direction. But until somebody lays it on the line and insists on this matter, they're going to keep working together. You understand what I'm talking about? And it's going to be ignored by the fellas at the top.
I would like for us
We
over
got
there
to
in
be
Meridian to
practical.
keep working with the Teamsters
All
over there in
right.
Meridian, but we haven't been.
Well,
I mean,
in some areas you
they
can
have-
and some you can't.
Well, we would like to because we got a bunch of good fellows over there.
All right, then it's very simple. Keep working with them. Encourage them to come in and help you. You need every one of them. Of course, if I said that and I'm brought on the mat, it's a darn lie. I didn't
Well,
say
you're
it.
on the record.
But we've got to get the job.
Well, they dropped out of the Central Labor Union at
Well,
the time
certainly,
that
they had to.
they
You
were
can't keep them
expelled.
in the Central Labor Union.
And we dare not keep them in there, but then I call them and talk
Well,
to
you
them
can certainly
occasionally.
work on them on these kind of problems, and there's nothing
Yes,
wrong
I
with
will.
it.
I will.
Mr. President,
Yes.
would it be in order to have a motion here that we are behind Brother Smithhart in his efforts to try to activate,
No, I don't think it'd be wise to
No.
do that because.
I'd like to tell him, you know, what I had in mind. I just,
What I'd like to hear from Frida is what her attitude is toward Ray's work in the congressional
Oh,
seat in her district.
I would welcome it. That's why I kept talking about it.
Well,
I
I
would
thought-
welcome it. And inasmuch as Mr. Starnes says that Winston is the weakest congressman in the state, that's all the more reason.
well,
for
I've
it.
worked with Red on it. Red knows all about this. President of your council over there. Red knows all about it. I wasn't working without his knowledge.
And that's also why I said that Gunn is more popular. He can't be a better man than Stevens in as backing his convictions and being with us. He can't be any better than Stevens. But he does have more popular appeal.
We don't have a problem in your district, Frida. It's in the 4th district where the real
The
problem.
thing for you to do, Ray, is to spend your time over in that
That's
area,
right.
and then you don't worry about violating any Constitution.
Yeah, but there's gotta be a lot of spade work done, a lot of
Yeah,
groundwork done.
concentrate on getting the two of them to get together and decide which one's gonna run. Now, that's a good project for you. Now, let me ask you something. Do you all agree with my philosophy on this thing? I'm speaking my own opinion. Now, if any of you disagree with this approach to it, then certainly speak your mind. Because I'm advocating an infraction of one of these constitutions.
I didn't hear anything you said,
You
Mr.
didn't hear a
President.
word I said.
Well,
That's
Mr.
good.
Chairman, I'll tell you this, that's the philosophy in the Pascagoula area. Now, we've just finished negotiating and writing a contract with English Shipbuilding Corporation, and the Teamsters are one of the signatories to that contract, and as a Teamsters union. in our Metal Trade Council. And, let you know further, a member of the Teamsters Union is the president of our Metal Trade Council.
So that might answer your
And he
question.
further is recognized as president by the national office.
Let's don't put it that way. Let's say that they know that he is, but
All
let
right,
it go at
he
that.
know that he is known to be there.
No,
Let's
there's
change it.
no
We'll
secret,
say-
right?
say
No
it's-
secret.
That's the point. There's no secret and there's no hypocrisy and there's no hiding of the
There
fact.
you are. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, off the record, would you say that it'd be perfectly all right when I get back to Meridian to contact some of those Teamsters and tell
You're
them what
not
we're thinking
bound by
about?
any constitutional limitations. You don't have a congressional code
But it
set
would
up.
be
You don't have
advisable for me
anything
to
to worry
do it.
about, and you just as free as you can be. You go to it.
It's wide open over there.
Wide open. The only two places he's got to worry about is the 4th and the 6th, right? See, so I mean, you.
And no co-organization in any other,
So
except.
it might be a good
4
idea not to form one and put that in the Constitution. Just get your group together and go to work.
Well, I wanna talk with Gray before I do anything. That's the notes that I was making was on that we had been talking about the
I
fifth
wanna try to
district.
get over there. but
Well, this
please
is off the
don't-
record, I'll say what is off the record now. To get a candidate, you know, you got to get out and show the people you got
We
something.
don't need this on there. We kicked that around enough, are you satisfied?
Now, I'm satisfied, but I just wanted you people to know.
You
that
just
we-
want somebody to help you out when somebody gets on your neck, so you got plenty of help now, you just hop to
We
it.
got, how many board members we got in the 4th district? 4 or 5?
Fifth, you mean?
In the 4th, they're in the 5th, well, I'm talking about, we ain't got no problem in the 5th. It's in the 4th.
You got Red, Bowers, all these boys from
Don,
Jackson
Doris.
area, there's Donald, Doris,
See, I don't know what you knew that we were.
that's JB, he's in this district. Heck, you got plenty of help,
I
man.
know, we're gonna need a lot of help, you know.
We ain't
I'm
got
not,
no way.
I'm talking about.
You got a lot of help for a lot of opposition one. Now, things, find out what they got.
I'm talking about what I want somebody to help push this candidate and just give John Bell Williams a little opposition, what I want. The man knows he's got a slim chance, it'd have to be a upset to get in there, but he wants to give him a raise, he wants to bring the issues to the people.
Make him
I'll
get
go
out
around
and
the
fight.
spot, and he'll come out and bring the issues to the people.
Well,
William Higgs, Bill Higgs, he's a graduate of Harvard University.
where is he?
Jackson.
He's attended Ole Miss and Harvard, he's not.
He's a graduate of law school at Harvard. He finished at Ole Miss and then taking the law course at Harvard.
That tall, slender blonde there.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, that is why I
didn't
say,
see him.
that type of candidate,
I didn't see him over yonder, did
He was over.
I mean, I just missed him.
Well, Ferguson got a good idea here.
I think we finished it.
That's what I'm thinking of. Well, Ferguson, get that.
We were just talking, and, just like we talked over in Louisiana. All he would have to do is take this particular candidate into an organization and introduce him and let him take up from there.
Right.
That's all Ray would have to do.
I just told the secretary she's got to leave here. She wanted to know about a meeting tomorrow. I told her it appeared to me they could wind it up this afternoon, unless you fellas have got an awful lot to consider that you haven't brought out here already. The couple of items we've got to consider, I think we can wind them up this afternoon. So I don't think there's any need to fail on the meeting tomorrow.
I'm about to fade away, I'm gonna have to go.
All right,
Where's the new tape?
if we happen to have a meeting tomorrow, we'll get you
Well,
word.
I'll call him tonight.
All right, that's the thing to do. Call him.
Tomorrow.
yeah, she got some chicken.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, 3%. Hope so.
We've got two specific items that comes to my mind that's more or less unfinished business that the board has to consider. One of them is the office workers contract that we negotiated with the office workers union. And the other one is this matter concerning Brother Hannah's statement or whatever it is on this, what is it, the air conditioning thing? That the council, executive council felt should be brought before the board while Brother Hannah was present and get this squared away. To my mind, that's the two items yet to be considered.
I think there's another item you should discuss, and that's the reports for the convention, and that's grouping off
The reports from the convention.
to the convention.
Reports to the convention. Well, under the Constitution, I'm required to draft a report in behalf of the executive board and the officers. Now, also the officers, the vice president, the secretary, treasurer, should draft a report, but it's not mandatory that each executive board member author a report. That's my opinion. Am I correct? Am I wrong?
That's right.
In other words, you are to make one for.
For the council, that's right.
That's right.
For the executive board.
The activities
That's
that we've gone through, that's all that we've gone through.
And then the
No.
vice president is, of course, you make a legislative report.
Well, it won't be complete, but he makes one for all of us.
Now, that matter, if you want to decide how that approach is going to be taken, we take that first.
Well,
Now,
we should decide that.
all right, let's
So it
decide it
won't
now.
be
Let's get that out of the way now. What approach do you want to take? Of course, I'm gonna write this report that I'm expected to write. That I'll do. Now, the other part of it, what's your position on that?
Mr. President, I don't see if you make the report, including the activities of the council during the convention, I don't see no sense in us sticking our ugly mugs up there to say a two
I'm
bits.
gonna draft a written report. That's what I'm gonna do.
And that's what you was asked if they wanna do the same.
Now, I want to find out if the board here expects the vice presidents and the secretary to also submit a written report.
It was my understanding a while ago that the delegates to these conferences would make a report on their specific trip, like Brother Knight to this educational conference, and also Ray somewhere in Washington D.C.
You mean written?
Yeah.
Be put in the
Kit.
kit. And then-
Could be put in the president's report, couldn't it?
I guess it could. They'd
I
probably
think
have to work
I could
together.
include that
I
in
think the
my-
vice president's had enough to do already without having to make a.
Well, now,
Well,
that's what
sure.
I was getting at. Anything that we have that should be in his report will be given to him, and he'll have it in the report that he makes.
And if you
All
want
be
to
in one report.
covered in one report,
That's
that's all right.
Well, Mr. Chairman, the Constitution itself provides that the legislative representative will make a report.
That's within 30 days, 60 days after the session.
The session generally won't be over
That's right. You won't
within
have that in the
complete.
report at a convention till next year. However, you'll have copies of it before then.
That's right, within 60 days, that's right. 60 days.
All right, then are we in agreement?
One question here, not that I'm wanting to belabor the point or put Red in a position to do more work, but I think he should make a little resume or a brief statement or outline the accomplishments and the defeats from the beginning of this session and up into the date of
I'm
convention.
glad to do that.
Yeah. And then
Well, I'm contemplating this, and I'm gonna put him on the spot right now. If time permits, if the agenda is not too full, due to the fact that the legislature is in session, and Red is having some terrific problems, particularly about bringing some pressure to bear on some of these representatives. I want to try to get him on the program and point out a few of the problems we've got, particularly in that respect, because it might give him an opportunity to get some work done back there that he hasn't been able to now. If nothing else, that.
That's the reason I tried to get you all to set the convention in Jackson. During the legislative session, knowing that it would be this time. But it's over there, and it'll be just between here and over there as far as I'm concerned. But I'll be happy to enlighten as to what's happened this fall.
Possible they'll be just about ready to adjourn anyway.
It might be, they'll be
Too much
ready,
time
but
to
they
plan.
might be through.
I mean, of course, Red, we will consider everything, and then I'll get with you, and when we fix up the agenda and all, we'll figure about the best approach to it.
All right.
All right?
Ready to go?
Now, is it agreeable with the board here now that one comprehensive report is sufficient? And that each member of the board is, or these other officers are not expected to file a written report. Now, it's quite possible also that Ray as director of COPE will be placed on the agenda also anyhow. That'll suffice there. Is that in agreement?
Go a little
with
further, if I recall, Brother Webb, who was vice president and in charge of one of the other assignments, also made public information, made a short written report to convention.
That was before the Constitution was changed, Jim, I think. No, it wasn't required, that's right. That's what
volunteered.
Yeah, that's right. He just done it on his own.
Yeah, he
That's right.
volunteered.
I can remember back under the old Federation that every member of the board filed a written report.
Right.
And half of them were never read anyhow. Under the old Federation, every member of the executive board filed a written report.
Well, I've always filed.
Yeah.
Why
No,
don't you should?
if all of you want to file one, it'll tickle me to death because it'll cut out on what I'm going to have to do.
Well, mine would more or less consist of what needs to be done than what I did this past year, 'cause I went in on Red's territory too much. But, if y'all want it, I mean, I'll get a written report. No
You can
problem.
make an oral report.
I
certainly.
didn't say anything about oral, I said a written one, if you want me to. I don't want to wear out that speaker
I think we
platform.
got that settled, that it'll all be in one.
In one report. Is that agreeable
Need a
with the
motion, I'll
Constitution?
make it, that it all
I
be
think,
one.
I think, Ken, that you'll come near getting a comprehensive report of the activities in this group.
Well, if it's agreeable, we don't need a motion. If it's agreeable, we do it
Well,
by
that's just according to the
unanimous consent.
Constitution. I just raised a question on
According to the
it.
Constitution. If you want to extend it further than that, then we can accept a motion to that effect, that's all. But it's not necessary if you're going to do it under one report, because that's what you're required of anyhow.
Right.
Okay, let's get on with the other business we have. Let's take up this matter on this air conditioner thing with Brother Hannah. Let him explain his position on it and whatever you want to do here with that. Let's get that over here and then we'll take up this contract.
You got that bill, Ray? Well, as you all recall, I believe the merger convention was in June. Prior to that time, I had charge of the telephone. The telephone was listed in the Office of International Woodworkers of America, and the old Industrial Union Council used to be listed under that, as well as the International Woodworkers, Fleetwood 35449. Prior to the convention, I was contacted and asked by the director, whoever writes the director, to if the listing was still the same, so I said yes. And actually I didn't realize then what we was paying for it, or what was being charged. I didn't know. I thought that the $2 or the $4 and something that I was paying was for both of them, until I got the bill, and I, of course, raised hand with the telephone director, and they said, that's right, you better check the other bill. I had assumed this bill from the national organization when the national AFL-CIO closed office. And it was already in my name and under contract, and it amounted to the listing under Fleet 5449 and the Labor Council, or the Mississippi Labor Council, I believe we changed it from then, that it was agreed, I believe at the merger, that they would continue to use the same phone. It was in there. So it was listed, Mississippi Labor Council, Fleetwood 35449, and it was also listed in the Yellow Pages. And the listing of the directory was $2, and the Yellow Page is $2.25 for capital letters, I believe, or what they, bigger letters, and what do they call it?
Bold type.
Huh? Yeah, bold type. So Ray and the boys decided to change the telephone, and they changed and got another telephone. They put it in the Mississippi Labor Council. I don't recall the number, but anyhow, that did not take care of my contract, and I paid that contract for 12 months, covering the old Mississippi Labor Council listed of Fleetwood 35449. It cost me $4.25 a month. I believe that's correct. And I had quite a round with the telephone company and trying to change it. I couldn't cancel it, couldn't do anything but pay it. So after I had paid that for 12 months, I went up and tried to get my money back, and they said no. I told them that the Labor Council had changed and got another phone. They said no. So I figured up the bill of what it was from the time that Ray had changed numbers up until the new contract, whenever I cut it out, and I submitted him a bill because I thought that the council just owed that, or at least I should be reimbursed for paying it. It was no fault of mine it was changed. And neither was I to be condemned for telling them to list the Labor Council under there, because that was the instructions that I'd had. I had no other choice. So I owed for one more air conditioning machine, and I give Ray a $25.50 check, I believe, to take care of the balance between this pay that I had paid, this money that I paid on the air condition, or on the telephone. And Ray has the bill there from the telephone company.
This matter was brought up at the executive council meeting, and due to the fact that Brother Hannah wasn't present at this meeting, we felt that the proper thing to do is bring this matter before the board, let him explain it to you, and then let you decide on this matter yourself, and that was cleared up. That's what we're doing.
In other words, the question is here whether or not you're going to agree to accept that bill as part payment, because I have paid the listing of the Labor Council,
That's what it adds up to.
or whether you're going to make me pay the $49.50, whatever it is, I believe it comes to, Ray.
It's $49.50.
$49.50 to the council for the air conditioning, when I've already paid for a telephone bill or the advertising as such, Mississippi Labor Council.
Let me ask this question. In other words, this $49 and something you speak of, that's in addition to what it would have cost you to list it just for your...
Yeah, it cost me that much for the International Woodworkers, and also this much for the Mississippi Labor Council.
In other words, double.
Yes, sir. I learned a lesson. I certainly didn't put it out. You won't find the woodworkers listed in the other pages now, I'll tell you for sure. But it still cost me $2.
They list
I know,
they
but
want bowl.
they want bowl. I mean, it don't cost anything. It costs $2 a month to list the union in that telephone book.
And you were instructed by the merged council
Yes.
to list it that way, is that right?
That's whenever the officers together, yes, sir.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I see nothing wrong with us paying them for it if that be the case.
Just giving me
The
credit.
only thing, you see, before we merged, both organizations was in one office.
Yeah.
And they had a phone up there that the Federation of Labor did, which taken them out. And then we had one up there that jointly between Hannah and the Industrial Union Council. And after we merged, you see, other words, we changed telephone. We got another telephone, you see, listed under the Labor Council. In the meantime, there, see, this was on the, I believe you got this on the, that was after the convention that you relisted that.
Yeah.
In other words, the Labor Council was listed in two different places. They was listed in under his phone and also listed under ours too.
And he was paying for the other listing, right?
Well, let me ask you this
why did
now.
it
This
come
whole
about?
thing hinges around one point as I view it, and I could quite possibly be wrong. It hinges around the contract that was made between the phone company, which you were not able to
Council, I couldn't
cancel
cancel
out.
it, but pay it.
That contract was made by the old
group.
Industrial Union Council,
Yeah.
and it was for a specific length of time.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Yeah, they for 12 years, 12 months, for 12 months.
Is that the situation?
No, this real issue was after the merger convention, Jim, because this.
I know that, but your phone, if you'll check it, was changed after y'all came up there, and we used the same phone for several months, and then you put in another phone.
Yeah,
The Mississippi Labor Council was listed under this, and just like it shows there.
Yeah.
Now that's the woman's own report, it ain't mine. So, and after they moved in and got another phone, this one wasn't canceled.
No.
They paid over there, and I paid here.
And the phone had been set up on a contract basis for specifically?
Well, I guess so, it's 12 months, I couldn't break it to get.
When you go in the yellow pages, under that book is printed for 12 months.
Anywhere.
It's a form of advertising too, in a sense, and that's why you
Well,
can't break
this
it.
actually was just from June until October of 1957, that's when the new book come out. What?
No, sir, it is for the balance of the time that you went in there, and I figured it there, I got the woman's figures, it figures $49 and a half for the months involved.
See, date issues 8/30/57, effective date 10/15/57, I reckon. I don't know what that 6/7/57.
Well, it had to be paid until 58 for a year from the time that is effective.
And the contract, what I'm trying to establish here, that the contract have been made by the old Union Industrial
Yeah,
Council, in
that's
the
right.
name of the council.
That's right.
And, I see.
And even though the
So-
merger went through, it was still under contract
Still,
prior to that.
under there, and I
For the
couldn't
year.
change it. I couldn't cancel, I couldn't get out from under paying it, that's why I submitted it.
Well, wasn't it the agreement in the merger that, the Mississippi Labor Council as such now assume everything that the State Federation and
Yeah.
Mississippi State Industrial Union Council had created or started or whatever you wanna call it, isn't that the agreement?
Yeah.
That's the way I remember it.
And the question here is whether or not we wanna give you credit on this air conditioner.
Yeah, that's all I owe you.
$49.
That's right.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion that we do that.
I'll say
Pass this
the
thing
same.
on.
All right, you have a motion and a second that the bill be allowed and he be given credit for it, right?
That's right.
Are we having a discussion on that motion? You ready for a question?
Well, that's one motion I favor.
Yes, sir, I'm on record.
You gonna oppose it?
No, sir, I'm in favor of that. We've had
Would you like to
enough of it.
speak in favor of it?
Yes, sir, let's vote on it.
We done spent $75, you're arguing about 49.
But this is the question that bothers you. See, in other words, I had to give credit for this, and I didn't feel like I ought to assume the responsibility of giving credit for something that I thought it ought to come up before the board, to explain it. In other words, it'd be $49.50.
You don't want the auditors on your name.
That's right, I just wanted to clear.
Tell them to get on us.
All right, are you ready for the question? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries
You didn't say no?
unanimously.
I said no, I didn't say
And you've
no.
done a pretty good job of putting it across.
Now, there's only one question now, Jim, on this other air conditioning unit that you mentioned here that the 470 would pay for. I called them about that unit and they told me, said, we already paid for it. And I asked
No,
them
they
about
haven't.
that and they said they give you the check for it.
They hadn't paid
And
for it.
so, in other words, you owe me, or the other local owe me, I don't know which one it is, for
Well, if they hadn't paid it, they haven't paid me for the machine, I'll get them to.
You'll take that matter up with
Yeah.
them. Okay. That good enough?
That's good
You
enough.
take
In other words, I
mine up
still
with
got
them.
one machine I haven't paid for. If you don't give it to them, okay, the board can give it to them, but I just won't like to get it off my book.
He'll take the
Well,
matter up
they-
with them and see if he can get us.
They haven't paid for it, well, let's let them.
We ain't give it to him yet, he'll see what he can do, okay?
Yeah?
All right, let's take up the other matter. Now, before we go into this office workers contract, I wanna find out if anybody else got anything that they wanna bring before the board for action. Brother,
I got
there's some of the people here might have to leave, I know Red's one of them.
Well, I wasn't fixing to leave, I got a
Right.
matter I wanna bring up.
All right.
You know, last weekend, starting Thursday night, we had a representative on TV
Yeah.
and, opposing these workers' comp bills. And there's $155, the way I understand it, that hadn't been taken up. And they asked me to bring it before the committee today, the board, and see if we'd help them out on it. I understand the central labor body here has, said that they would pay part of it, and the Shapers local has said they would pay part of it. And they asked me to see if the council would see fit to go along with paying part of that $150 that hadn't been taken up. $155.
That's the, TV appearances at Clark, mate.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let me ask you something in connection with that. Who else has been footing the bills on this? There's plenty to.
Yeah, they printed it, I know the lawyers down there in, Laurel threw in quite a little bit down there.
I have an idea that all
in
the
Timberland,
time it's
Columbus.
old is here in Jackson. I don't know, I didn't get to go in detail for Claude and them about it. But if the $155, I just figured it was the time here in Jackson.
Fred, could they pay the 55?
Well, I figured that the council and probably, the IBEW would pay the 55, we'd pay the 100. I mean,
Mr. Chairman, I'll
I don't
make.
think either one of them's got all that much money, but
I'll
I
make
think
it-
they'd pay that.
I'll make a motion, we pay $100 on the bill that's owed by our speaker and sponsor of Ford and Workman's Compensation.
Second the motion.
Now, you've heard the motion, now do you wish to discuss the motion?
I think it,
You understand what the problem was here, Bruce was on the air
yeah.
defending our position, or at least speaking against the proposed amendment.
defending the rights of the people.
That's right. You ready for the question?
Question?
All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carried and so ordered. We have anything else now? Does anybody else have
Yes.
anything else that they want to bring up for the
It
clock?
seems like this executive board has ignored public relations. I just want to ask 3 questions. It seems like I know when Billy Webb was here, and y'all remember, he wrote me a letter on it about setting up a speakers bureau. Do y'all know anything about it? I wanted to get it while I had the full exec board. Do y'all know anything?
He wrote all the locals about it.
I know, did he ever get a list?
He got, as far as I know, I believe he said he got one from Pascagoula, it's the only one he ever got out of it.
Well, I
And I
want,
think that was, what's his boy's name? You remember your local? Can't think of the name. One was up here with, Flint, yeah, Flint, yeah.
well, I've had quite a few contacts, I know locally, and I imagine we might have it statewide for speakers. And I would like, if possible, I'm gonna send out a letter, but I wish y'all would be thinking about it when you go back to your home area, that the letter's coming, asking for, speakers. In other words, I'd like to compile some kind of list so we could furnish speakers, because, I mean, that is, something that's really vital, especially to speak to these civic clubs. The Manufacturers Association are beating us to death with it. I mean, they furnish someone. And, what we need them, and I want to get out a letter on that. I want to ask one more question. Does any of the central bodies that you know of have a community service or any type committee in them that you know of?
You mean have committed in the CLUs?
Yeah, in the CLUs. I mean, we need to get them to start pushing it because they can push the community services like the various drives or to sponsor it. Do y'all?
We have, here in Jackson, we have people on the community service, committee, yes.
Mm-hmm. Is it active?
They meet every time,
well, I was
meets
wondering if
here
they were
in
doing
Jackson.
anything, rather than just
well,
me.
you can't do too much because you're outvoted, you know. About
Well,
60-something
in other words,
people.
I wanted to sort of plan what I was gonna do, and I felt like I could get it since this was a representation of the state. Well, where did it go? But, what about Corinth? They have any kind of?
We have people that volunteer to work, but as far as the, having members from the labor organization on the community fund drives and what have you there, they won't allow it. The groups there in Corinth won't allow us to work.
Well, not so much
They-
be on those funds, but you might could create something on your own.
We
In
work-
other words, that's what I was getting at, just
On our
like,
own, I mean, we don't have any special committee, we just have, when a problem comes up, we just volunteer and work.
Well, now that, all right, the third question I want to ask, does anyone report it to the newspapers? In other words, the idea that what I'm trying to do is get someone that will speak in each locality, a community service committee that will be active and do something, and then someone to report it to the newspapers. Because I feel like this will solve all of our problems as public relations will. Because if we get people sold on labor, we don't have to worry about electing the right people because they'll elect somebody friendly to labor. And I feel like if we can get them started on that, it will actually solve our legislative problems. It'll solve our as far as organizing, it'll solve those problems because people will want to come into organization that has civic pride, and they will join. So I mean, it'll handle organizational problems, it'll handle our legislative problems, it'll handle all of our problems.
Boy, now, if it'll solve all of them, let's get into it.
That is one thing I'm firmly convinced public relations will solve every problem we've got.
It'll do more than anything else.
It will do more than anything.
They've done just such a program on us, that's the reason why.
That's why I say we've got to, because they, the reason I was stating.
We only have one or two other items anyway.
But the thing.
We can see you leave, but certainly if you got to go, well, that's perfectly all right. I don't think we'll have a session tomorrow, but if we do, we'll contact you, okay?
But the reason I wanted to stress this right now, I mean, as far as solving our problems, we need to get on it because we've got the best selling point in the world. The good Lord seems like He liked poor people. He made more of us than He did anybody else. Well, they're working people. And we've got something to sell to the working man. A man riding in a big fine automobile, living in a $50,000 home, still he can't get as close, even though we've let him do it, but he still can't get as close as another working man to somebody that works for a living. We've got a good selling point. It should be fairly easy. Our problem is getting someone active in it. Of course, I know they hire public relations men where they elect somebody like me to pull something like this, and I know that there's quite a difference in our ability. But I mean, we can talk to the rank and file member, we can talk to our neighbors, and I wanted to get this program started. Whether I do it or my successor does it, I would still like to see the thing get started and find out. So I was going to try and get out a letter to all locals, and while we had most of the executive board here from various parts of the state, I want to let you know it's coming, and so be looking for speakers and mention it.
Mr. Chairman, I think we should look at this speaker list there a little bit and get a little advice on it. Now, in the Pascagoula area, we have two organizations. There are two labor organizations, really two types. We have in Pascagoula itself our metal trades organization, which is a contractual organization. And then over to Paper Mill, Moss Point, into that area, they have their contracting organization. Then in Jackson County as a whole, we have the county, Central Labor Union. And we look on the Central Labor Union as our public relations group. They're our community relations organization for organized labor. Now, you have several people there who are willing, ready, and the qualification of them now is something you'll have to decide to speak at any time you want. Now, you can call on Claude Ramsey any time. I remember 2 or 3 appearances that he's made there for community relations. I believe the church group, and then our various beach park activities. Well, now, we've used those things for our public relations. And our drives, finance drives, we participate in those actively. We go along with the company and they check off to get a better contribution. But if you remember that the Cancer Society gave an award to 2 industrial groups in the state for their participation. A man from Laurel was here in Jackson for the meeting, and I was here to represent the Pascagoula group, Ingalls Yard, organized labor there. And we got a little publicity from that, and a little recognition from it. But the point is now, that individual himself is not going to do much advertising of what he's done or what he's willing to do. Now, somebody else will have to do the advertising. Personally, any way that you want me to speak, I'm willing to go and try and do my best with it. Now, the point is, what type of speaker do you want for what point? And that's what you're going to have to decide.
That'd be up to the speaker.
Well, no, here's the problem. These civic groups sometimes want to talk on a definite type. I would like to find out more or less who is qualified in what field. It might be an international representative, not a member of the executive board, but someone that's qualified in a particular field to talk. Now, the reason I want it from over the state, we don't have the money to send someone all over the state, where if we can pick up people locally, say, especially after this program gets underway, they will possibly be contacting the state office if they don't know who to contact right there as far as a central body. Well, if Ray gets a letter like that, well, then we can have someone available in that area to discuss that. We find out who we have qualified. If we don't have qualified people, see if we can't get some kind of school organized to where we can teach a course in public speaking and those things. And that was the idea behind it, is to find out what we do have in the state and to encourage reporting these talks. Now, I know to the civic clubs, it goes over big. Now, we have been doing it in Laurel, but like I say, I don't know how much over the state, but I know up in Corinth, they possibly could use it as a civic club. And you might can get the communication workers, especially the telephone company, forces all their supervisors into these civic clubs. I mean, they pay their dues and everything. They're required, and they tell them which civic club they can join. Well, it works to our benefit in CWA, in that whenever they want a speaker, they'll come to some member of CWA. Well, now if I know where one is, well, then CWA can call us and we can get them a speaker. So that's the purpose behind it.
I think proper thing here, the problem that you confronted with on the speaker problem, is to consider this the responsibility of the board member within that area. That you'll call on him. If he's not available, you'll expect him to assist you in locating.
Well, in other words, I'm not looking for a resolution or anything, but I do want to put it out before we leave.
Well, what you're trying to find out is how is the problem handled in various localities, and evidently, all of us don't have the same approach. I know that here in Jackson, for instance, they have what you could possibly consider a public relations program. They have a labor luncheon once a week, don't you, Ray?
No, once a month.
Once a month. And they invite people from outside of labor to speak to them. The group, as a rule, it's outside of labor. And of course, I know that they participate in some of the community affairs and like that. In our area, we operate along the lines that Brother Barnes outlined to you, and we've been fairly successful. Of course, it's not a real, you might say, coordinated program or anything that we can just give you in black and white, that we have a definite committee that handles all of these. We've appeared before the city councils and things like that. A committee, when the occasion arises, will appoint a committee to attend to this. We've been before the board of control over the hospital and things of that kind. But at each time, as the occasion arose, we set up a committee to handle these projects. Now we have, when we feel that we've got something that should be covered by the local press, and we designate someone to take care of that particular task. At one time, we had one designated person to handle that.
That was what I was getting at.
That's the way it's been handled in our area. And frankly, we've been fairly successful. Maybe not as successful as we should have been, but they know we're there, and when the occasion arises, they don't hesitate on calling on us.
Well, now this, especially the press coverage, say like if you do something, I know we've done a lot right there in Jones County. We fell down. No one reports it because possibly the people, whether it's false modesty or modesty, they don't want to get out and toot their own horn.
Yeah.
So whereas you've got one person designated to get it in the press, and I have never found a newspaper that wouldn't run anything we ask. That's like it's a little.
Well, I've run several news releases in the Hattiesburg situation, Tom. You might recall that we got into a verbal battle with the people down there, and I let them slide for a while, and then eventually sent in a news release on it. And on occasion or two, we had to resort to the ad process because they buried our releases in the back of the paper. And we had those. It depends actually now on this public relations thing through the press. In some areas, you're gonna get good attention, in some areas, you're gonna get ignored, and they're gonna do the worst job on you they can, so, you can't consider how you handle it in one area compared to another area, that's what I'm getting at.
Well, I wanna find out what we do have, so we can work it statewide and start, just like Hannah, did it come out in the paper about you being on that committee for Eisenhower? I mean, in the, Clarion Ledger of those papers. I know it came out in Fred Patton's paper.
Probably was sent to them.
Well, that's what I'm talking about, stuff like
Would
that.
you repeat that again, please?
No, you notice
You didn't miss that.
You notice I emphasize that Eisenhower, you know.
Well, that's in the Asperger too, but I threw it in the can.
Let's come again with that. Now, he was on what kind of a committee?
The safety committee, you know, that they had, that Eisenhower called the.
Oh, you talking about the committee that was appointed?
Yeah.
Right.
I'm glad to get that cleared up,
Industrial
because
safety.
I received notification of some such an assignment. I didn't want anybody
That's the
misconstruing it.
President's Committee on Safety, isn't it?
Yeah.
Not the committee on, for Eisenhower.
Now, let's clear
Now,
that.
let me-
But it was Eisenhower's
Well,
committee.
can I clear the record right here? For the purpose of clarifying the record, I had received this invitation, or this notice, and I've been on this committee some time. I've been on it several years. I went into the house one night, and there says, in one of the local papers, said, somebody here to confer with Ike, and I read it locally, and he is on the committee, and I told my wife, I said, that's the most misleading thing ever I've seen. Of course, he is from business. He is a businessman here. And I said, I ought to go down and give it to the paper, but I said, I'm afraid they'd slant mine on that report, and I don't want it in there. So I told Fred Patton about it. Fritz is also on that committee, and I told Fred Patton about it, and called him, and he put it in there. That's what I have. And I was supposed to be there, but I couldn't make it. Actually, the governor of the state of Mississippi, Governor White, appointed me on a committee in Washington, D.C. some years ago, too. In writing a letter, I don't recall just what committee it was, something pertaining to Education Committee, he said that he regretted there wasn't any money set aside or appropriated for me to pay my expenses, so I didn't go.
Well, I mean, stuff like that, though, I mean, it's still,
Publicity, I agree with you, but I'm not a Republican.
Well, no, I wasn't accusing you of being a Republican, even though I was rubbing it in, though. But stuff like that should be in the paper. The more that people can see the words AFL-CIO without labor racketeer in front of it, the better off we are.
Well, of course, Jim, you've got the toughest job, I guess, that we're confronted with, and certainly we all should appreciate the problem that we've all got as far as public relations, and there's no question, but that's where we've got to do a terrific job, and this convention that we're coming up is aimed in that direction. Now, I would suggest this to you, that if you run into an occasion where you feel that you need a speaker, you've been requested of a speaker, that you contact an executive board man in that area, consult with them. If you can't arrive at an answer or solution, you can always contact Ray. And I can assure you that if at all possible, if you think I myself can be of any assistance, I'll be glad to come in and assist any way I can. I know that we've got a number of other board members who do the same thing. And I would consider, if I were you, this executive board as being an available speakers bureau. And you can always call on the regional office over at Baton Rouge, Brother Williams' office, and he can possibly make Brother Starnes or Willie Hines or himself one available on a project of this kind. And I'd approach it in that light up until we could gel something else.
Well, that was it. I was wanting to set up, get something started to encourage it, not just wait until they come to us, but to encourage it, see. Because
You can go ahead now, we've got your speaker's bureau, we heard you the speaker that beat you.
Yeah.
Now, in Pascagoula, we've taken this attitude, y'all have been the victim of it partly, but we've taken this attitude that we want one voice down there, and we'd like to concentrate in building one personality there and doing most of our voicing of our views and giving our announcements, you understand? So give you just a little view. When we had formulated our legislative economics program, I went to the newspaper and briefed him on our resolutions and what we had done, and then made a date with him and Claude to get them together so that Claude could give him the official to the president of the state labor council, you understand? The official viewpoint of it and the real facts of it. And we came up then with one of the finest editorials that we'd had in that area.
And he done us a magnificent job on our position and on this political thing.
And we got it across just exactly like we wanted.
Of course,
Well,
we
now,
got
there
an
was only one
exceptional
personality
newspaper.
involved.
We'll admit, Gene, that we have one of the most exceptional editors in the state of Mississippi. There's not people, but very few of them around.
But we don't push him, and we give him the facts and let him use those facts. And then we try to pick the person out that we feel fits his mood best. Because he is just a little moody at times. And we know this, that he and Claude can always sit down and work that thing out. So consequently, we work it that way, you understand? There are some others who try to get some publicity in there, and they try to build a job up, but they usually end up with their picture in the paper and a little announcement. But that's not what we want. We don't want the man's picture in the paper and announcement. What we want is the facts in there, you understand? We want the program expounded. And that's what we get. So we don't try to get too much of it in there too often. But when we do make a try for something, we want something really worthwhile.
Well, the type stuff, I mean, like on this report deal, like, you can put in small, just news items, not so much, it might be occasions, not, so much our legislative policy, is to start little news items, because that will even create interest among your own members if they can occasionally see their name in the paper.
But you've been in Baton Rouge, you would have heard them talking about the coat. Now, we can get the paper to print these as a letter to the editor by taking this information and this stuff here and writing, and have various people to write those in, you see? And you don't say where it came from.
Well, I use a little of that occasionally, but I didn't think anyone else did.
Oh, that's a national institution.
Well, I found that there in Corinth, the best way to get an item or get attention in the paper up there is disagree with the editor on editorial. He won't give you a news release. They'll slant it to where you won't know your own article.
Write him a letter, huh?
Best way is just take issue with him on editorial.
You write him a
get
letter.
more attention.
You write him a
More
letter.
sympathy.
Now,
that way.
You write him through a letter to the editor. That's a
letter
paper
to the editor.
that is a fault we have, though, in that a lot of our news releases, we just possibly go up there and tell him something. If we can learn the proper method of how these newspaper reporters want this news, in other words, and get that out, it might help our press releases. I don't know if we ever get a chance to hold a school, we might have something on how to issue.
Well, let me say this, that if you will do this, you got something that you feel is worthy of news consideration, you know, real worthy of it. Proper approach to it is to contact one of the UPI-AP boys and give it to them. Let them get it on the wire. And when it's put on the wire, most of the papers are going to carry it somewhere. That's the best way to get it in the papers, instead of dealing with individual editors. That I've learned. Does anybody disagree with that?
Well, on the point there, the smaller papers in the
Yeah.
town,
You
don't
don't
have
have
a wire service in the town.
Well, I'm talking
So,
about
like
something that you
Jackson
want
here
good
in
coverage
Jackson,
on.
you'd have to
Something
send
you
it
want
down.
good coverage on. Now, if you're dealing with a local situation, then you handle it differently.
A letter to the editor of.
I might put in my 2 bits there. I called a conference a time or two with the press, and one time I know I wrote the governor of the state of Mississippi a letter, called in the press and give them copies of it as pertaining to a strike in Laurel, Mississippi, and I sent the letter by messenger, called the Western Union.
And I got back down to the office, and when I got there, well, the governor called me, and he hollered at me. He was hollering the firecracker. The governor, why? He said, "Hannah, what in the hell's going on here?" He said, "You write me a letter in the press. We've got copies up here in my office, and I ain't even received it." So he ordered me to come right on up there. But anyhow, I got action on the letter. But I have, in the past myself, been successful in meeting people here. Well, Paul Tibner used to be very favorable in the State Times, and others, Bob Webb, and other members of the press, and give them letters, and they generally put a pretty good story on it. Now, well, it didn't go out everywhere, I don't think, but I have handled
this boy, Star. Who else is over there? Who else is over there?
Kenneth Toller and
Kenneth
Bill
Toller and
Miner.
Bill Miner. They are all pretty good.
Told us the commercial field management again.
Yeah.
Most all of those boys are sympathetic with us anyhow, and if there's any of those particular.
Bill Stroopy used to do a pretty fair job.
Fellow union member, by the way.
Yeah.
That's where you can get some pretty good
Oh, that's
commercial
it.
fees.
You think you got the answer to your problem? At least
I just
part of
wanted
it.
to see how it was over the state.
I know you haven't solved the thing by any means.
No, but I just wanted to get a feeling is all that, yeah.
Of course, now, you know that if you come up with something that needs action by this board on this particular problem, all you gotta do is present it, and we'll certainly give it all the consideration possible, because it is a definite problem we've got to cope with. Okay, let's see what else we got. We wanna get this office workers contract out of the way.
Mr. Chairman, how long will it take on that?
It depends on what you do. I'll explain this to you. The executive council, as was instructed by the executive board, we finally got time to sit down and negotiate this contract with the office workers representative. And as stipulated under the motion that was passed, with the understanding it would be submitted back to the board for ratification, subject to their ratification of some such thing, forget exactly, and we're obligated now to present the contract to you.
Before we get into that, I would like to ask a question, and I'm about wore out myself, and some of them are gone, some of them.
Well, Brother Bowers has to be excused.
Members and the secretary who's involved.
Actually, we don't need her here when we take this matter.
Well, how are the proceedings of this coming convention going to be handled?
That was one of the matters that
We read to you this morning.
that the council took action on at one of our meetings. I don't remember which one it was.
No, you said you'd made arrangements, and I want to know what kind of arrangements.
Well,
Whether I can concur in it or non-concur.
Let him read there.
It said the executive council discussed handling of the convention proceeding, and it was the opinion that they should be handled by an outside agent having the proper equipment and facilities for such. The executive board of Mississippi Labor Council would be so advised at next meeting.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I want to raise issue with that. I do not agree with it, and I'll point out the reasons why. Outside sources, you mean I take it from a court reporter?
Yes, might say.
Well, that is a minimum cost of $50 a day. Now, one of the rules or requirements that the secretary was hired to begin with in this organization was that they was capable of taking dictation and taking down in shorthand the proceedings of the convention and come out with a report. I know in 1958, I believe, Ms. Shanks, and I'm not getting involved in personalities, did do such a job for the convention. And I'm just looking back over here, beside it being a matter of cost, now we're talking about money. I don't think that this organization should pay $50 a day for a court reporter and so much a page for whatever they cut, and come back and give it the office personnel to run stencils and then put it out. I say that we should have a secretary that's capable of doing that as we have had in the past. And I'm opposed to that, especially since you have signed a contract and are you paying the secretary you have, either this one or any other one, comparable wages to people, or maybe better than a lot of secretaries. And the reason why I take that position, you can compare the convention proceedings. I should have brought the 1958. This is a 59. And the court reporter, in all sincerity, wrote this down or transcribed it from her report as I guess she thought was right. Somebody in auditing this, even which was more time and cost, should have changed it. And the question is this: I think the proceedings should be more properly referred to than have the resolutions at the last convention in the report. And this is what I'm getting to. When Brother Bryant called upon the chairman of the resolutions committee to make a report, and it says the following resolution was introduced by Marvin Taylor, chairman, read in full and considered. Now that's not the proper introduction or reference to that resolution. That is Resolution A. And Resolution A was not introduced by Brother Taylor. It was introduced by this executive board. By order of the executive board, I prepared that resolution, and I don't think that's proper. So that is misleading with reference to the proper proceedings of the convention. Not that I want any credit for the resolution. What I'm saying is that it wasn't properly referred to. It should have been reported. The following resolution is either reported or read by the chairman of the resolution. Over on page 24 says again, Bryant called on the resolutions committee for a further report. The following resolution was introduced by Marvin Taylor, chairman, read in full and considered. That is a right to work law. Well, I know who introduced the resolution. Union violence and legislation of preventive labor management corruption. And I believe it was introduced by Brother Clark and his local. I believe that's right. And I notice all of them that there's reference that the chairman introduced. We get over to the legislative program, and here is the following resolution. Fair Labor Standard Act. Claude I. Bruton, chairman of the legislative committee, continued the report of the committee, introducing the following resolution, which was read and fully considered. The following resolution was introduced by Mr. Bruton, read in full and considered. People, and I know lots of the rank and file may read this, and they'll say, well, there wasn't but two people at the convention. Well, I know there's a lot more brains than two, and I say it should have the proper introduction and heading before these resolutions. That, because it's not properly classified, and I guess I should have raised it long before, but we hadn't had a board meeting, but I think this is a proper time. And I'm opposed to the proceedings being handled or that kind of expenses being paid out for convention. We've never done it before. We've never done it under the Mississippi Old Industrial Union Council. And last year was the first time that there was a court reporter that did make such reports. Now, if we don't have a secretary that can meet the requirements that's normally recognized by other organizations to carry on the proceedings of a convention, well, I think we ought to do something about it.
Have you been to Alabama, Tennessee, or anything
I don't care what Alabama, Tennessee, or anything else done. I'm talking about the policy that was laid down by this executive board and the merged organization when they hired the secretary to do the work.
Mr. Chairman, I want to ask Brother Hannah this question. Does that record there show who submitted that resolution?
No, sir. No, sir.
Well, I don't think that's the fault of the secretary. I don't think the secretary is the one who's at fault. I think that it's your resolutions committee that's at fault, and that the resolutions committee erred in not informing convention who submitted. I think
You're
that
not,
you are.
you're not getting what I'm taking. The court
I'm
reporter
getting
made
what
the
you've taken at. You're thinking there of the one who wrote that resolution there. And the word introduction there means who read that to the convention. And the word submitted possibly would have been the correct word that you were thinking of was left out.
No, I'm saying that the court reporter properly introduced or wrote this down and transcribed it as it was given to her, and I say it's not the proper. If you believe it's proper or in line with the general proceedings of all conventions, get the other proceedings.
Well, the chairman of the resolution committee didn't read off. See, that was taken from a tape. And he didn't read off. This was introduced by J.B. Hanna or anybody else. All they had is introduced, the chairman was introduced by the president, and that's what they had. And that may be one reason that your name or whoever name introduced the resolution.
I'm not just talking about J.B. Hanna. It was submitted by Woodworkers Local, a lot of them, and other local unions. The carpenters local submitted some, the clothing workers submitted some, the telephone workers, CWA submitted them. What I'm saying is that there's two principal introducers of all these resolutions, and I don't think it's proper.
Brother Hunter, Mr. Chairman, if you, with your permission, I concur with Brother Barnes. I don't think you can tack this on the one taking the minutes of the convention. If that's the case, then I agree with you that it's not properly stated there. But it comes from beyond the one taking the minutes of the convention. Somebody else is responsible and not the one that's taking the minutes of the convention.
Wasn't she furnished a copy of the resolution?
Yes.
Oh, she could have got it off of that.
Let me see if I can clear the situation up just a little bit. I'll see if I can clear the situation up, and actually we're dealing with two subjects in a sense. To start with, the Executive Council considered this thing quite at length. We weighed several different problems. Number one is that the secretary of this council was kept busy day and night typing and cutting stencils and work of the convention. She wasn't free to take minutes in the convention. And we don't think that she'll be free to do both jobs at the next convention. That was our opinion there. We felt that if we hired someone to take the minutes in this convention, it would leave the secretary free to do the other necessary work that has to be done in the convention. She'd be available to the resolutions committee, the bylaws committee, or whoever needed this work to be done. That was one of the prime reasons, if I recall, in our considerations for taking this course of action. Now, in regards to the record of the last convention, certainly there's some errors in there. There's no question about that. But this is also going to have to be considered. This work was done by the secretary, and an attempt was made by Ray here to save the council some money. Rather than to carry this to a printer and have this printed and dispose of it in that fashion, the girl in the office and one of the part-time workers spent quite a bit of time on compiling this record themselves, which was an attempt to save some money, as I pointed out. Now that, if I recall right, was the prime reason that the Executive Council approached this thing in this fashion. Now, Brother Ferguson, Brother Clark, Smithhart, and myself, and I don't remember, Tom, whether you were able to make this meeting or not. I remember there was one meeting that you missed, and I think maybe that might have been it. I'm not sure about that. But if I've erred here any, then I can stand corrected.
I think you're right about it. One point I want to make to you, and I think it should be, you know, Carolyn said she wasn't going to spend the night over there, Ray. We all work at night. What provisions we going to have for that? Typing to be done at night.
Well, if it got to be work, in other words, she'll do it. In other words, she's gonna work day, like she did down at the other convention. She worked day and night.
That's what I was gonna say. If she don't stay over there at night, though, some provisions gonna have to be made for that work that has to be done at night to be done. She could bring some of it at home, but if something else come up, she'd be over here in Jackson.
See, trouble about it, it's gonna have to be run on to Gestetner, And we're gonna have to have somebody that knows how to run these machines, and she'll have to do it. In other words,
Well,
she
as
can't do both of them.
secretary of the council, she will be expected to perform the duties of the council. That's all I can say about that matter. And she can't,
Now,
if she
Mr.
can't,
Chairman, is she the secretary of the council law?
yes.
Well, she's secretary to Ray.
She's secretary to the
All right.
secretary of treasury.
I'll stand corrected. Good enough.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to say a few words. I realize what Brother Hannah's talking about. I don't believe it's too many, maybe Frida, Hannah, myself. I don't know whether anybody else was and Ray was in the room the evening after the merge convention in Biloxi, when we spent all afternoon talking about this one thing. And it was went over thoroughly at that time what we was expecting of a secretary and so forth. Although I don't want to see anybody overworked, I realized that the girl would have possibly more than she could do just doing the typing and so forth. We probably need to hire somebody, but such things as Hannah brought out in the Constitution, that we wanted somebody that would be capable of handling something like that in the right manner to begin with.
Going a
I
little.
think that's what Hannah
Yeah, what I was getting at, that to me, you've got some personnel that you can hire instead of a court reporter, and I don't think when you're talking about finances. And again, I'm not up here soliciting business. I don't know whether she'd even take the job or not, but you can hire stenographers that is much cheaper than a court reporter.
Well, if you worried about what it costs $20 instead of 50. It costs 50 cents a page.
Well, that's $20 a day.
Yeah.
And then 50 cents a page to transcribe it.
And if you, other words, hire the person, anybody else, they don't charge you that much anyway.
Let me find out something. Did she transcribe this herself?
The reporter did.
The reporter.
The court, in other words, what they do, they tape it and transcribe it, and what they, Carolyn and the old lady did was put it in this form, what she had. That's what she done.
I see what you mean.
She did transcribe the Coke convention, but not the convention down there because she wasn't even handling that. She did handle the Coke convention, but not the one in Biloxi. See, the one in Biloxi, they furnished the recorders, the tape, and everything.
Well,
$20 a day and 50 cents a page. That's legal size.
was she an authorized or recognized court reporter?
Well,
they're guaranteed before they turn a wheel to make $50 a day, including the minimum and the pages they work on. Is that
I don't know what that's a regular scale.
No, that's not right. In the court reporters get $360 a month.
No, I'm talking about ones that go from hearing.
Well, we don't have any of them in Mississippi, I don't think.
Of course, again, I want to point out this to you. The council's position on this was simply this. It would be more expedient, but actually be cheaper in the long run to handle it in this fashion. That was the reason that we took the action in this direction. Now, if you want to act differently, if you want to approach it in a different fashion, then certainly that's your privilege to do so. But the secretary brought this thing before us. He had to know, he wanted to know what he could do, how was he going to go about handling the thing, and after quite a bit of discussion, that was the answer we came up with. Now, you've got several things to consider. Certainly you have. And that's a matter that the minutes should be correctly spelled out, things of that kind. And certainly in the future, we want to see that that's done.
Well, are you hiring a court reporter, or is it some of the...
What are you doing, Ray?
No, you get these agencies that takes conventions. In other words, there's an agency here in Jackson that takes all conventions. They'll take the manufacturer, the economic council, teacher, anybody. That's their business, taking conventions. Minutes of convention, they transcribe it. When you tape it.
Tape run out.